Test, 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 1, 2. Test, test, 1, 2.
Buenas tardes. A quienes prefieren escuchar la conferencia en español, por favor acérquense a la parte de atrás para recibir los dispositivos y escuchar la conferencia en español. Gracias. ¿No? Bueno, quienes deseen escuchar la conferencia en español, por favor acérquense a la parte trasera para recibir los aparatos y la conferencia en español. Gracias.
Si alguien necesita los audífonos para escuchar en español, los pueden recibir ahí atrás, por favor.
What? Good evening. It's 15, and we're going to get this meeting called to order. Are we ready, administration? Good. Well, welcome, everybody. Today is March 25th, Phoenix Elementary School District Governing Board meeting. The time is 5:15, and I call this meeting to order. Moving on to our tribal land acknowledgement. In partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being strong partners with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. May I get a roll call?
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Ms. Erica De La Rosa, Dr. Alicia Vink,
Here.
Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Present.
Ms. Erica Ovalle.
Here.
Thank you. With that, we have a quorum to begin our meeting. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Does administration have a recommendation?
We recommend you approve the agenda as it is presented.
I motion to approve the agenda with item F before item E and include an executive session to seek legal counsel for item E2. Oh, would you mind repeating that? I want to move the executive session, item F 1, 2, and 3, I guess, before items E, and include an executive session to seek legal counsel for item E2.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
It's legal counsel here to let us know if that request is possible, because I believe executive sessions are for specific matters and those items are public discussion items. So I don't think it falls under the purview of an executive session.
Legal counsel is not yet here. They're coming from another meeting. But if we have, if it's a question to seek legal counsel before we come out for public discussion, I believe that that is allowable.
That is correct. I spoke with legal counsel earlier today.
And so we would go into executive session immediately following the consent agenda approval. And then that would give the governing board an opportunity to receive advice from legal counsel and to have a conversation about the other item in executive session. And then we would be able to come out and have public discussion. But it can't take the place of the public discussion.
I'm cool with it. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Yes.
Are you seconding that motion?
Yeah,
Was that a second?
yes.
Okay, I'd like to open it up for discussion. Can you please explain why we need an executive session?
For item E2, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking for the executive session that you're proposing.
To understand what all of our options would be within a vote. Because the vote includes 2 schools and includes multiple plans, it would be important to seek legal counsel before we get to a point where we take a vote.
I don't think that there's an actual, that's why the agenda item is receive, discuss, and take possible action, so that way we can have that discussion publicly.
So we will discuss everything publicly, but it would be very difficult to discuss the legality of a motion and the wording for that motion without legal counsel.
But it kind of sounds like you want to go and have private conversation for a discussion that we should have publicly.
No, absolutely
Because-
not. That's not what I'm suggesting. I absolutely want to discuss all of the presentation and everything publicly, but I would like an opportunity to discuss with legal counsel what that looks like after the discussion so that we don't fumble it when we get to that point, because there are so many options on the table. I would like to know specifically what that wording is and make sure that we are doing it correctly. We have done this in the past where we have spoken with legal counsel and they help us with the wording on a motion.
Sure, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it's important to be presented the information first and then go into executive session to discuss what the options are, because you're already leading to action, and I just want to make sure that we are all receiving the same information at the same time, because when you made the recommendation for the agenda switch, it was around, if I'm not mistaken, to move the executive session first before receiving the agenda item.
Yes, but that was actually because legal counsel advised that we could have both executive sessions at the same time. And I would like that F1 executive session before we get to items E as well. So legal counsel advised to have the executive session be prior to the discussion.
Legal counsel advised that, or you asked them that?
No, they advised that.
Thank you. We have our legal counsel.
Yeah, legal counsel is
Good.
here.
Yay, thank you.
And so
Madam President, members of the governing board, you do have the option on your agenda. It's on the notice whenever you have a board meeting that you can have legal advice for any matter that's on the agenda. Whether the board feels that's necessary or not is up to the board. So it can be proposed. It's up to the board.
Okay. And then,
We have
why
a
do you feel
second.
that this is necessary to go into executive session?
I've already explained. I would like,
I don't understand. Can you please explain why a executive session is recommended?
yes, because there are several options on the table with this agenda item. We have 2 different schools and we have 3 different plans and we have 2 different boundary changes. So when we go to make a motion, I would like legal counsel to tell us what those motions could be.
Okay. There's a second. Is there any other further discussion?
Madam President, if I may, I just strongly believe that we could have that discussion publicly and legal could answer those questions without having to be an executive session.
I think we've done this before. I am open to having the executive session following the discussion. If the board is more open to that, it was just that we could have both executive sessions at one time. But if the board is more agreeable to an executive session following the discussion, I would amend the agenda to include that.
Any other further discussion? Do we have anybody online yet? Okay, don't want to miss anybody. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. May I get a roll call?
Vote count for Ms. Jessica Bueno.
Yes.
Vote count for Dr. Alicia V.
Yes.
Vote count for Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
No.
Vote count for Ms. Erica Ovalle.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we have adopted a new agenda to move items F1 through 3 will now become E1 through 4 because we've added an executive session, and then the action items will be after the executive session. Moving on to, did I get that right?
I think so.
Would you like Ms. Ship to read it back so we make sure we've all got the same?
We were going to do move with the agenda, but move action item F above E.
Correct.
Okay.
And add an executive session right after or with, yeah, F.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to our current event summary, which is starting off with our superintendent's report.
Good evening, President Bueno, family, staff, and students. As we enter the last quarter of this academic year, we're looking forward to finishing strong. Next Friday, we have the Salon des Enfants Art Celebration at Alwyn House. This is featuring the artwork of students across the district, and musical performances are present as well. This annual showcase of student talent includes artwork for sale, supporting our talented youth artists. We also have a variety of theatrical performances that are going on at our schools, including 101 Dalmatians at Emerson Elementary this Thursday at 5:30. We have Aladdin at Herrera at 5 o'clock on Thursday and Friday, also March 27th and 28th. And then we have Charlotte's Web at Capitol on Friday, April 11th at 4:30. We're proud to showcase the work of our staff and students who put in all the extra time to produce these wonderful events. Additionally, I got to spend some time last Friday with Garfield students on their field trip to Maya's Farms. At the farm, they learned about using native plants to combat invasive species along the Rio Salado and learned how to make seed papers and seed balls to help restore native species. They also learned about healthy nutrition, choosing a rainbow to eat in the garden. These experiences are all designed to help our students make learning personal and to prepare our students for high school, which brings me to our superintendent's Student Leadership Advisory Council member, Sophia Vest. Sophia is an 8th grade student at Edison who is here to share a bit about her work and the work she is doing as a student researcher on helping students matriculate into 8th grade into high school from 8th grade. And I'm going to turn it over to Sophia now.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and governing board members for having me here today. My name is Sophia Vest. I'm an 8th grader at Edison Elementary. I have attended Phoenix Elementary School District since 5th grade. I have been a part of the Superintendent's Student Leadership Advisory Council, also known as SLAC, for the last 2 years. For high school, I will be attending Bioscience High School. In high school, I plan to study very hard with my main focus being on science subjects. What I have learned from being a part of SLAC is leadership skills I did not know I had before. Through SLAC, I also had the opportunity to meet peers from other schools I otherwise would have not met. During my 8th grade year, I also learned a lot of the matriculation process. I chose to attend Bioscience High School because I think it will support my path towards being in the medical field. During this process, I received much guidance and support on the entry essay and recommendation letter phases. I am proud to say I was accepted. Other important lessons I required from my time with SLAC was on digital citizenship. With everyone's access to the internet, digital citizenship is more important than ever. It shows us to use technology responsibly and wisely. It also shows us how to protect personalized information to stay digitally safe and keep others safe as well. Students in my school use technology on an average school day for at least 25% of the school day. The way this technology is used varies from things like Khan Academy, Google Classroom, iReady, and Amplify, among others. Our school environment has noticed a significant improvement in reducing the amount of technological distractions since implementing a phone-free campus. Something that works at my school is decreasing the amount of technology we use for daily learning and reverting to methods such as books, paper, and pencils. I think this gives students more opportunities for visual learning. I would like to see more hands-on activities at my school that go hand to hand with the use of technology.
Thank you, Sophia, and that concludes the superintendent comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing, and you did really good, Sophia. You should be really proud of you. I'm sure your parents are here watching, but you did great. Good job. Moving on to board members' reports. Do we have any? Anybody like to share?
Yes, Sophia, you did a great job. Thank you for that. I would just like to say thank you to everybody who took the time out to email me and even call me on my personal number. I don't know how that happened, but thank you for calling me. I just want to make it very clear, which I got to respond to some of the people, is that I'm not against anybody in this room. I'm actually for all of us. And so what that includes is I'm asking for a community-driven process because I think we should all, those of us, I mean, we're all passionate about it. We should work together through these issues that we're facing together. I don't have any doubt that the women who sit here with me love our community and love our children. I just think that, you know, when we have this vision and we're just rolling it out in a way that's different, which causes, you know, us to be divided. I'd like to say, please use this momentum that we have right here. We've got a full room. I'm new here. I don't know how often this happens, but, you know, I'm seeing school closures happen on a national level. And those of us that are affected by it, we have to do something to stop it. And that includes, you know, like grassroots movement, like door knocking, you know, reminding people to sign up at our schools, you know, being part of community events so that we can outreach and try to draw new people in, because the way things are trending, it seems like school closures are on the horizon on multiple levels. We are living in a very uncertain time right now. Our federal government is doing things, you know, to education that's also going to limit us even more. So this uncertainty is a time where we need to work together and really bridge the gap, because this fighting and, you know, I want this, like, we got to come together and figure out what that looks like. So please don't lose this momentum. Keep organizing, keep informing yourself, but most importantly, be involved, because this is going to keep happening if we don't. So thank you so much. Again, I'm for all of us. I love all of us. You are me and I am you. And I thank you humbly from the bottom of my heart.
Is there any other board member reports? Hearing none, I
Madam
would
Chair,
like,
I've got one
Oh,
really
I'm
quick. I
sorry.
just wanted, thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to the Whittier students that chose to come out and perform for us before this meeting. When I was that young, I don't think I would have joined in the fun so willingly, even at the last minute. So I love that we had so many students. The ones that couldn't make it, I look forward to the next time you guys are out here. Thanks for being so strong and brave and being a collective force. That was really wonderful to watch. So thank you, Ms. Pettit, as well, for getting your students out here. And thank you, everyone who has taken time to come out here, send in public comment, and we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to share too. Also, thank you for being here to our community and our staff. I also want to express my gratitude to our board. You keep showing up for kids, and as volunteers and elected leaders, it's not easy. I do appreciate you. I also want to share about a recent visit to Dunbar. A few weeks ago now, I attended the Dunbar family's coffee with the superintendent to discuss school closures. And one of the mothers said, "You can't close our school. We're just trying to get ahead." What she said stuck with me, because historically, that is exactly what happens in this country for many Black communities. As soon as they feel like they're starting to thrive, the government knocks them back. Stay in your lane. Don't be too bold. And I know some of our community here tonight will be offended by my statement. How dare she? We would never. Look at all the good things we've done. But here we are, 5 women, not Black, without our own children in Dunbar School, and a majority white cabinet about to make decisions that will change families' lives forever. Families that are too tired to fight another fight. This is nothing new. We are not new. I am glad to see that in the last couple of weeks, we've gotten a clearer picture of our finances and been able to find that preschool funding is not being cut or approved in these plans, and that we have options for before and after school care, even with limited funding. Now it's time to call the community in with honesty and transparency and show that mama who's just trying to get ahead that we as a board and a district hear her. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for sharing. I did want to share that on Saturday, Dr. Gonzalez and I were invited by Arizona K-12 Center to receive an award. We received an award at their National Board Certificate teacher. And the school district was being recognized for its significant financial commitment to national board certification. It was quite the honor to be in the room of all incoming certified teachers. It was just really great, and I encourage all teachers to seek their NBCT certification. We need certified teachers in the classroom. But I wanted to share that, we were recognized in that space. So thank you for the recognition, Arizona K-12 Center. And thank you to Whittier for being here and performing. And thank you for everybody that is here in this room and watching online. With that, we're going to move on to our community communications. This is the time for the public to comment. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01G, actions taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or rescheduling the matter for further consideration and discussion at a later time. Due to the volume of public comments and electronic comments that we have, public comment will be condensed to 1 minute. With that, we'll kick it off with our in-person first, and then we'll move on to electronic. Let's start off with Monica Pimentel, followed by Raquel Mamni.
Good evening, Governing Board and Dr. Gonzalez. My name is Monica Pimentel, and I am from a community where we did close 5 schools. We closed 5 schools, and it's been exactly 4 years. And the decision to close these schools, I can say in hindsight, 100% with confidence, it was the best decision we made. We have been able to focus, the district has been able to focus on educating each student and provide them with every tool and every opportunity to thrive and succeed. I know of community members who are adamantly against this, who've expressed to GESD that we made the right decision. I've looked at your proposals, and they're all very different and very interesting. And I'd like to commend the administration. That's a difficult thing to do. Closing schools is never a popular decision, but your job as a governing board member is to ensure the financial stability of your district. Your decision needs to be fair and equitable with the least amount of impact to families and staff. You were elected to make the best decision for your entire community. Keep your decisions at the local level. Make sure that they stay here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Raquel Mamani, and I would like to actually cede my time to Representative Quanta Cruz.
I'm sorry, did you fill out a comment card?
I did. I got here as fast as I could from the legislature. I had to hear it wasn't accepted.
Okay.
So,
I don't think I can defer time, but I'll accept your card.
sure.
Yeah.
I got
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Gonzalez, President Bueno, and members of the board. My name is Raquel Mamani. I'm a mom, public school teacher, native Arizona, and a proud public school advocate. I've heard that some of us are overstepping our boundaries by coming here and advocating for a community that has not been allowed to advocate for themselves. I do not consider my presence here an overstep because I know with certainty that all public schools and districts are part of an interwoven tapestry. Therefore, when you come for one of us, you come for all of us. As I mentioned in my previous testimonies, I come as a historian storyteller. I think it's important for people to know that we've been warning about school closure since 2017, probably due to 50 years of cuts to education by the party in the majority at the legislature. Add to that billions that we are now losing in universal ESA vouchers. It's been beyond devastating to watch the epidemic of closures, especially heartbreaking to watch this district pit one school against the other, one program versus another, while the state continues to give away hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxpayer money to some of the wealthiest families in the state. They're keeping us distracted, fighting each other for scraps. I know this board and many across the state have been put in a horrendous position. We know that there are tough decisions to be made. So
Next, I invite Michael Williams, followed by Morgan Venetos.
Good evening. My name is Michael Williams. I'm a resident of Phoenix, Arizona. I started out at Ruby H. Wood Elementary School in Tempe. My mom decided that that wasn't for me. She moved me over to Shaw School. And then from Shaw, I went to Hurd. From Hurd, I went to North. From North, I went to U of A. From U of A, I went to DeVry. And so now I'm here as almost a product of Phoenix Elementary School District. My aunt, Connie Beecham, taught at Hurd School for 23 years. My mom taught in the Phoenix Union School District 41 years. I say that to say this school district did a lot for me and it saved my life. And I've been a Shaw Shark, I've been a Viking, I've been a Mustang, I've been all kinds of animals in Phoenix, right? And now I volunteer at Cougar, at Capitol Elementary. I volunteer over there with the kids a couple hours a week, which now is actually saving my life again, pouring back into the community. So I admonish the board to go back to the drawing board, make the right decisions, because it doesn't just affect one person.
Hi, my name is Morgan Venetis. I am a member of the community and Hurd is my local elementary school. We are here today because of a failure of transparency, a failure of accountability, and a failure of leadership. The Phoenix Elementary School District has chosen to potentially close Hurd and Capitol schools to fight the large community opposition. Multiple financial requests have been ignored. Let me repeat that, ignored. Requests for public information that by law belongs to us, the taxpayers, parents, and community members that have been met with silence. The district has stonewalled us, refusing to answer our questions or even acknowledge a community-led meeting to discuss the very decision that will impact our children. And when we try to follow their process, what do we find? A broken link. That's not just negligence, that's a blatant disregard for the community they are supposed to serve. The numbers don't add up, the logic doesn't add up, and the excuses don't add up. Now let's talk about the real issue, financial mismanagement. An audit of the district found serious discrepancies. Multiple expenditures in the AFR did not match the district's own.
That's time. Thank you. Ma'am, your time is over. Excuse me. Excuse me, your time is up. Next, I invite Adrian Spees, followed by Kristen Roberts.
Hi, the fact is this district has too many schools for the number of students. If we look at other districts nearby, Osborne has 2,800 students. Schools. Creighton has 5,000 students, 9 schools. Madison has 5,800 students, 9 schools. Roosevelt just closed some schools. Alhambra has 10,000 students and 16 schools. Although some may argue it's a disservice to Hurd and Dunbar to close their schools and move the students to new schools, it's actually a disservice to all Phoenix Elementary students to keep these open while cutting services and programs. The board has adopted goals of increasing language proficiency, increasing passing rates on state standardized tests in math and reading for 3rd and 8th graders. I have not heard any information as to how keeping these schools open while decreasing interventionist coaches, training, and supports furthers the board's adopted goals. There are many studies about factors that impact student success. Engaged, good teachers are one of them. We need to support our teachers by keeping their salaries up and supporting them in so that they can support our students. I understand that.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. My name is Kristen Roberts. I am a longtime public school teacher here in Phoenix and just here to read a statement sent to me today by a Herd parent who couldn't be here. For many families like mine, the school is not just a place of learning, but a pillar of support and security. With its closure, I worry that my children will lose access to quality education, assistance programs, and an environment where they feel safe and valued. Additionally, transferring to another school could be difficult due to transportation issues and the challenge of adapting, which would further impact their academic performance and emotional well-being. Beyond education, this situation also brings an even greater fear, the risk of deportation, and being separated from my children. I live with the constant fear that at any moment I could be forced to leave them behind without the protection and love that only a mother can provide. The uncertainty of our future fills me with anguish, and the closure of the schools only adds to.
Next, I invite Mays, followed by Christine Deal.
Good afternoon. My name is Mace El-Kasmi, and I'm a student at ASU Prep Academy, downtown Phoenix. I'm reaching out to share how much this campus means to me and to the many students who consider it their second home. As a member of the Student Council, I can confidently say that ASU Prep is not just a school to us. It's a community where we grow, make lasting memories, and feel a true sense of belonging. Recently, I had the chance to visit DC, where I spoke with representatives from Arizona's Senate office and about the importance of involving more young people in STEM. They advised me to collaborate with their school district to ensure that students have a voice in these discussions. However, if PESD does not support ASU Prep's continued presence at its current location, how will it guarantee the many other students in the district more programs and opportunities? The trip to DC was made possibly because of one of the many amazing programs ASU Prep offers, giving us the chance to advocate for change and make an impact on the future of education. I also spoke with the Senate's office about the district's plan to close the downtown campus. Their advice was clear, continuing
Hello, my name is Christine Deal. I'm a homeowner and the past president of Westwood Village and Estates Neighborhood Association. You are saying that you're going to rent Herd School out to make money. What kind of business are you going to rent the property to? What will that business need to comply with Arizona Revised Statute Title 151105? The benchmark for common rental revenue ratios in Arizona 5 to 10% for retail stores, 4 to 7% for office, 3 to 5% for industrial, 6 to 10% for restaurants, 15 for law offices, and $20 to $60 per square foot is the average turnkey cost for a warehouse. There are taxes you must pay also. 4.9% corporate income tax, 5.6 state sales tax, 5.6 county taxes for commercial leases.
That's your time, ma'am. Thank you. Next, I invite Betty Vasquez, followed by Barb Lewis.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Betty Vasquez, and I have 3 kids attending ASU at the moment. Two of my kids are special needs, one of them with autism and the other one with the intellectual disability. Since they started on ASU, which is a year ago, they have changed their life. I am so thankful with the personal, with the teachers, and with everyone at that school. I don't have enough words to say how thankful I am for all the help that I have received. I was considering into moving my youngest one, which is in kindergarten, to an autism school. And I am so glad that I let him stay there because he has the opportunity to see what we call normal environment. So all I can do is ask for you guys to keep the school open so my kids and the rest of the kids, they can experience a good life. I wrote like a long letter. I don't know, I have a minute to just read, but
Is Barb Lewis here? Were you gonna come up to speak, Barb Lewis? No, okay. Next, I invite Kathy Munoz, followed by Daniel Flores.
Several board members at the last meeting requested that the board look at a fiscal audit and work with the community group on a possible new solution rather than closing schools. Recently, Tempe Elementary District demonstrated a successful model of community collaboration to save their schools. Phoenix Elementary has not. I know you're voting today with the thought that it's an emergency to get out the school contracts or to plan for next school year. The real emergency is right here in front of you. People from the Dunbar and Hurd communities that thought you were on the board to represent us in keeping the schools open are highly disappointed. We hope there would be collaborative community to help all district students. Now we feel betrayed. Your emergency is one you created by plowing through with your quick fixes that will cause permanent destruction within our community if you vote to close. We are here to witness the vote, and we will remember who helped the community and who did not. Thank you.
Is Daniel Flores here?
Good evening, board members, and thank you for having me. My name is Daniel Shea Flores. I'm a member of the Pascua Yaqui tribe and a proud parent of a student at ASU Prep on Fillmore. ASU Prep has provided my child with an exceptional education and a strong sense of community, positively impacting our entire family. I recognize the difficult financial challenges districts face, including declining enrollment and budget shortfalls. While school closures and staff reductions have been presented as primary solutions, ASU Prep's proposal offers a viable and constructive alternative. The potential loss of ASU Prep on Fillmore would have a profound impact on students, families, and the broader community, which is why we continue to strongly advocate for the board to engage in meaningful negotiations with ASU Prep. I respectfully urge the board to consider this opportunity as ASU Prep and work toward a solution that benefits students and preserves educational excellence. Thank you all for your time and have a great week.
Thank you. Next, I invite Cindy Alanis and followed by Kirby Botts.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Alanis. I'm a parent to a first grade student at ASU Prep Downtown. And as a parent whose child showed signs of speech delay early on, I couldn't be more grateful to the school and its amazing teachers. From day one, we've been shown with countless of resources and dedication from both teachers and staff. I can confidently say that in just short 2 years, the improvement and daily progress of our son is jaw-dropping. I speak for both my husband and I when I say that the community environment that this school has provided is exactly what we envision for our child's education. Thank you for your time, and we sincerely hope you hear us and that you consider ASU Prep's new offer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kirby Botts, and I am the principal at Capitol Elementary School. I want to thank the board and cabinet for their time and commitment to this difficult decision. I know that this has not been easy, but I appreciate the effort to bring clarity to our employees, staff, and community. I want to personally thank President Bueno for her advocacy, even in the face of backlash. Her willingness to support our school speaks to the values we all share in Phoenix #1. In times like these, it's easy to find difference, but the reality is that each campus and school holds a uniqueness that parents, families, and staff choose to follow. In all the uniqueness, there's also similar values and leaders of people who believe in the future of Phoenix #1. As I complete my third year in principal and school administration, I'm reminded every day of the supportive community we have. Every school in our district is family, one that embraces tough conversations, stand together, and supports each other. Throughout this process, we've heard a lot of pushback about negligence and nefarious intent relating to the board and cabinet. These comments and rhetoric unfortunately work to derail the trust that we all have worked so hard to build.
Thank you. Next, I invite Caitlin Gaspar, followed by Valentin Hernandez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Caitlin Gaspar, and I'm a parent to 2 students attending school in the district. I want to express my strong support for prioritizing programming, ensuring the continuation of kindergarten and preschool services. Research consistently shows that these early learning opportunities set students up for long-term success. Full-day programs also provide critical support for working families, allowing parents to maintain full-time jobs, strengthening household stability in our local economy. I also want to prioritize our teachers as well. At the same time, I recognize that prioritizing these programs will require the difficult decision, including 2 school closures, which will be a challenge for many. Given these challenges, I do want to raise a concern about Plan A. While it calls for school closures, the budget shared in the agenda slides does not appear to include a reduction in the number of principals or office managers. I believe this is an important area that needs further clarification, and I urge the board to address how leadership staffing will align with the proposed changes. Thank you for your time and your work in making these tough decisions for the future of our students.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm a proud parent and reading interventions at Whittier. I have seen in the lapse of 1 year how academics in the area has been lost in this tunnel of an attended student's behavior. Just 6 years ago, I was proud to bring my son to be part of the Whittier community. Unfortunately, misbehaved students are given the liberty to ruin the learning of not only my son, but other students. How is this fair? But nevertheless, I am here speaking to you all and being hopeful that Whittier returns back to what it was a year ago. Please come and visit to see it for yourself. On the other hand, terminations of staff worries me, since it is clear that reading is no longer an important factor for this district. Sadly, if a student is not reading at his or her grade level by the end of 3rd grade, she is 4 times less likely to graduate high school on time. So why make this drastic terminations of staff who are truly working on a daily basis with our students? Why are you avoiding termination of impractical district positions that are lacking to work directly with our students? Thank you.
Next, I invite Sulema Esker and followed by Jennifer Vitucci.
Good afternoon, board member. My name is Sulema Esker. I am a learning facilitator at ASU Prep Fillmore. ASU Prep has profoundly positive impact on my children and our family, providing a nurturing and academically enriching environment that fosters the growth and success. We understand that the district is facing tough decisions regarding declining enrollment and budget challenges, with options including school closures or staff reductions. However, ASU's offers to extend the lease or purchase the building presents a powerful alternative. The potential loss of ASU Prep would be significant, and our community has consistently advocated for the board to negotiate with ASU. We sincerely hope you will consider ASU's proposal and the positive difference it continues to make in our lives. Thank you.
Hello again, board members, beating a dead horse here, but we have a thriving school on a wait list, recently rated a B, whether you believe it or not. And if you're so strapped for money, why would you cancel a guaranteed income from a lease? Think about it. The kids are happy, they're thriving, they're growing. I have 2 adult children that graduated from ASU, and I would like my child to continue on the generational challenge that school life presents, and she can graduate from ASU as well as her brother and sister.
Next, I invite Emily Vitucci, followed by Jennifer Munoz.
Hello, thank you. The school means too much to me and my friends to have it be closed. I've been here since kindergarten, and I was looking forward to graduate from high school. ASU is a great school to keep, and after graduation, I'm guaranteed a seat for college at ASU. So if you shut down ASU with the other schools, kids won't be able to get to a better school than those. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and community. I am Jennifer Munoz, an assistant principal at ASU Prep's downtown campus. We recognize the difficult decisions facing this community, such as closing schools, but we offer a more sustainable option. Rather than letting another building sit vacant and drain resources, ASU's proposal to purchase the Fillmore site would bring millions in immediate revenue to PESD, directly supporting all students and families. Some worry that leasing to a charter could hurt enrollment, but those students aren't leaving because of PEP, they're already gone. What ASU Prep offers is a chance for PESD families to be part of something impactful. Our high school is leading Arizona in college access with a 67% one-year college enrollment rate for economically disadvantaged students, far above the 41% statewide average. ASU Prep isn't poaching students. It's offering another public option for families already seeking alternatives while showing a genuine willingness to partner with PESD, not replace it. We urge you to embrace.
Next, I invite Kim Higginbotham, followed by Jenny McClue.
Good evening. My name is Kim Higginbotham. I'm the proud principal at ASU Prep downtown Phoenix. I stand before you not just as an educator, but as someone who cares deeply about our students, our families, and our community. PESD is facing heartbreaking decisions, staff cuts, or school closures. There is another way. ASU's offer to purchase or lease the Fillmore building would bring in millions of dollars upfront and create a powerful long-term partnership that supports the diverse needs of our students. This is more than a financial solution. It is a chance to build something stronger together. We've heard the community loud and clear. Closing schools would be devastating for families, and families deserve stability, not disruption. This third option the ASU offer is the path forward. It helps PESD, honors our students, and strengthens our community. PESD should not pass up this opportunity. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to finding a solution that truly puts students first.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Gonzalez. My name is Jenny McClue. Since 2010, I have been a community member here within the PESD district. I have also been an ASU parent and staff member since that time. My family arrived at ASU Prep at a big transition point in our life. And ASU Prep gave my children, two of whom are adults and graduates of ASU Prep, a place to develop leadership skills, explore personal interests, and receive a high quality education. I currently have an elementary school student at ASU Prep, and it is also a very positive experience for her. I do understand the district is facing declining enrollment and budget shortfalls, and that may lead to school closures and staff reduction. As a member of the community, I do understand that this is a place that has had significant change over the last decade. The offer ASU has made to extend the lease or purchase the building does provide an alternative option. ASU Prep is an important place and has an important place in the community.
I invite Edmi Lopez, followed by Autumn. I can't read the last name, sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edmi Lopez, and I teach first grade at ASU Prep Fillmore. ASU Prep Downtown has greatly helped my family, allowing me to graduate from NAU because of the waiver they offer. My 9-year-old son, who is in 4th grade, has been at ASU Prep since 2020. My husband and I are very thankful for all the wonderful teachers he has had there. We know that the district is facing tough choices because of fewer students and budget issues. We've heard that there are mainly two options, closing schools or cutting staff. However, ASU's offer to extend the lease or buy the building gives a strong alternative. Losing ASU Prep would be a big loss for our community, which is why we have been insisting the board to talk with ASU. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Autumn Dvorak. I am both an educator and a parent at the ASU Prep Fillmore location. I have taught here for the last 7 years, as well as had both my children attend this location, with my youngest still currently there. This is both a supportive, safe, and personalized environment and a community which supports my child's learning, where they can be themselves and strive for excellence. I recognize that the district is facing budget cuts due to declining student enrollment and impeding budget challenges. We've been informed that the primary solution being considered are either closing schools or cutting staff. ASU's proposal to extend the lease or buy the building presents a compelling alternative. Losing ASU Prep would be a major impact, which is why the community has repeatedly urged the board to engage in negotiations with ASU. I truly hope you listen to our concerns and take ASU's offer into serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Alba Quintana, followed by Allison Golick.
Good evening. My name is Alba Quintana, and I have been at ASU Prep parent for the last 13 years. All 3 of my children have started their education at ASU Prep from kindergarten. My oldest son is now pursuing his college degree in engineering at ASU. My daughter is currently in high school, and my youngest is in 6th grade. I feel proud to say that it has been a great time for them, and they have grown both academically and emotionally. I feel that they are gaining the skills and knowledge to be productive members of our community. I understand that the district has reasons for the decisions, but I hope you would consider the well-being of my children and their peers. This school has been a big part of their lives. ASU Prep is more than a school. It is a safe place where students can strive for greatness.
Hi, the communities who will be most disproportionately affected by the closures have proposed a community-led plan without the support of the district. Would it be possible for us to extend our time to discuss our findings and lead cost savings suggestions that won't disproportionately displace some of Phoenix Elementary District's most vulnerable students? We didn't get a response to our email.
No, you have 1 minute for public comment.
Okay, then I will do that. My name is Allison Gullick, and I'm the mother of a visually impaired Faith North student, president of Westwood Village and Estates, which is within the herd boundary. This process has been incredibly hostile towards us. Even today, I don't even feel welcome in this room. As a child of 2 former public school teachers, I am bamboozled by this whole process. I am very surprised to see teachers advocating for closures when the research and science suggests the harms that it causes. For 2 months, we have tried to meet with the district only to be met with silence. We have been ignored by the board majority, by the district, by teachers when we tried to reach out for help when they wanted open dialogue. Media remains complicit, and lawmakers who know that this is just unjust and have admitted so. Teachers from herd have been silenced, parents have been threatened with immigration.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
some of the board members did ask for a community-led plan, and I believe that you didn't think that the community would bring one.
Please
and
don't speak
so they
for me.
did.
Please don't speak on my behalf.
Understood. You did suggest.
We're
that
in
the
public
community-
comment, so
I'm wondering
I
if
just want to interject that it's the time for public comment, so it's not really a discussion among board members. It's really just to hear a one-way communication from the members of the public.
we've extended public comments in the past.
thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next, I invite Paul Booth, followed by Andrew Enciso.
Thank you. Our plan is 30 pages long. It was done for free on our own time. And it was much cheaper than Orcott and Winslow or whatever charged us $75,000. So next, I'd like to get to one important point. The Reimagine Phoenix at the beginning of these hearings, it said that herd was built in 1970. It would be a drain of maintenance and operations of bond funding. Capitol is one of our newest campuses. Herd was built in 1952, but the new wing was built in 1996, 21,000 square feet. They had an upgraded cafeteria in 2019, new freezer room in 2018 for the kitchen, solar panels, parking lot 2013, remodeled classrooms 2008, new gymnasium, 2 classrooms 2003. And also Capitol was built the same year or the year after, 1997. So they're very similar. So is this misleading, false? Where did this information come from? About 1970? Should we relook at Capitol perhaps? I don't know, but is the district misleading the board and the public about the age of the facilities? Also, why is the Tolleson superintendent writing a letter from 2 professionals in support of closing the school?
All right, good evening. My name is Andrew Enciso, and I'm a 7th and 8th grade social studies teacher at Herd Elementary. I'm speaking tonight as a proud public educator, but also as a community member, as I grew up and still live just a couple miles away from Herd. I grew up in the community that Herd Elementary serves. I know it is a proud, hardworking, and supportive community. This community supports public education. And in today's political landscape, we need more support of public ed, not less. Our families trust us. They show up for us. It is your time as a governing board to do the same for them. I understand next year may be challenging if we cut public schools, but bro, I teach 37th graders at 7 a.m. My life's work is challenging. As the kids say, let's keep it 100. If you close schools, this may only seem like a raindrop, but you as a governing board and your supporters will open the floodgates that will drown public education in this city and in this community. Our community deserves better.
I invite Katie Therenbush, followed by Ruben Alonso.
My name is Katie Farrenbrook, and I'm a parent at Shaw Montessori. I am deeply disappointed in the way that the district administration has handled these school closures. Rather than leading with transparency, equity, and community input, they have fostered competition, forcing schools, teachers, and families to fight against each other for survival. This is not leadership. This is capitulation. This is failure. The plans presented are not just flawed, they are deeply inequitable. While the district rushes to shutter schools without real community feedback, we know this is only the beginning. Austerity measures are here for every child, for every teacher, in every school, in every district. If we are going to withstand these attacks on public education, we have to change how we respond. To the principals, teachers, staff, and families who folded immediately to the district's utterly despicable plans, you must understand your school, your job, our children will be next on the chopping block. I hope you find more grace when it's your turn, but this process should serve as a warning to you. The only way forward is through solidarity or
Hello, my name is Ruben Alonso and I'm with Arizona State University. Right now, the community is being presented with two choices, mass staff reductions or closing two schools. But there's a third choice. We recently sent a proposal to you to consider to either purchase the land where ASU Prep currently sits or to extend our lease at a new rate with an upfront cash payment. We made offers in writing in the past and you rejected them because you said you didn't want to sell the property and wanted to use the property to meet the goals of the district. What could be a more important goal for the district than keeping schools open and keeping your staff? These options would allow you to come to a solution that keeps the schools open. All we are asking for you to do is consider our offer in good faith and work with us to find a solution that keeps 3 schools open and thriving in our community. We urge you to have a serious and honest discussion about this in your executive session and as a board. Thank you very much.
Next, I invite Faith Willman, followed by Vanessa Jimenez.
Board members, thank you for listening to the PESD community that you serve in not renewing the non-fiscally responsible lease or selling a $64 million property for $20 million. Wow. Okay, so unfortunately, the district is a sinking ship, and in all of the 10 years that I have been here, plus, the district has hemorrhaged money and there have been salary cuts, freezes. The district has also faced continued declining enrollment. And so now we have empty buildings, empty rooms, rooms that do not have students in them. 1 teacher per grade level, what is that? And so this sinking ship, you have to throw ballast over, right? So are we gonna throw over rooms and buildings, or are we gonna throw over people? Because people are cafeteria workers, social workers, teachers, reading interventionists, math interventionists, garden teachers, community liaisons. Are we going to throw them overboard? So as the district is shrinking and it's not enlarging, we need a strategy and leadership like Dr. Gonzalez has brought.
That was time. Thank you.
Good evening, Governing Board and leadership. My name is Vanessa Jimenez. I'm a 30-year educator with Phoenix Union, now retired due to rifts, was in the January board. I have a 7th grader at Whittier. He should have been at Shaw Montessori. That's my walking school. However, it changed. And he went to Emerson and now landed at Whittier. So let's talk about moving students so that they thrive. And my son is thriving. I'm here to speak on the school consolidation plan or lack thereof. Now is not a great time in history for education, so I'd ask the board to consider the roles you were voted to, which is govern the district in making decisions. Throwing the word transparency around instead of doing your homework is not a good excuse. Finding the information needed is an important part of your roles and public record and in the Auditor General's reports. School districts around us are making hard decisions so that the students they serve continue to receive the services they need and have the staffing necessary to provide them. So I urge you at this time to make the difficult decision to consolidate schools, choose one of the plans, and assure staffing models and supports.
Next, I invite Dana Ramos, followed by Renee Carter.
Good evening, Governing Board and members of Cabinet. My name is Dana Ramos. I'm the proud principal of Lowell Elementary School. I'm speaking today to urge the Governing Board to discuss even, and make a decision to close schools. I started in the district in 2013 and actually lived through a consolidation as a Shaw teacher when Montessori came to Shaw. And it was really, really hard, very, very hard. Since I've been in this district, I have seen our district attempt to fund our collective values, which is early childhood education, services to families, free after-school programming, and specialized staff such as interventionists. And the reality is that we just cannot pay for it anymore with 14 schools. And that has actually been true for quite some time now. There's no doubt that this is a difficult decision. It's one that nobody wants to make, but it's necessary in order to ensure the financial stability and health of our district. Today is simply going to require courage by all.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Renee Carter, and I come to you as a teacher from Capital Elementary. I am also a coach of after-school sports, and I personally do not want these activities to be taken away from the students because they truly need an outlet, and I have fun with them. When starting at Capital, we did have over 500 students and about 3 teachers per grade level. So to say that I know what it would be like to have extra students at the school is the truth. Capital has been my home for 10 years, and I say home because we are truly a family. We celebrate the highs and the lows of all of our staff, and as well as for our students with anything arising with them. Our admin team has been made up of previous teachers who have come through the ranks so that they understand exactly what goes on in the classroom, and we receive support from them each and every day. With the chance of receiving an influx of students with HERD next year, we are so ready to accept them with open arms. We, the Capital family, see the anguish that is felt with this vote. We do not wish to see any colleagues. Thank you.
Next, I invite Maria Rodriguez, followed by Leslie Peña.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I stand here today as an employee, parent, community member, and the president of ESPA. I understand that many of us have gathered today to address the challenging issues our district is facing, especially the potential of school closures and a reduction in staff. While I wish there was a simple solution to these challenges, the reality is that most pressing issue we face at this moment is the need to avoid receivership. This is a critical moment where we must all set aside our differences and unite in the effort to protect our district from this financial burden. While we are not the only district experiencing these challenges, we have the opportunity to make progress, and it is imperative that we continue to maintain control over our district and its future. I humbly ask the board to set aside any divisions and work together to prevent receivership. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to our superintendent, President Bueno, and our cabinet for their unwavering commitment and dedication during these difficult times. Your efforts are truly appreciated as we navigate through these challenges. Thank you for your time and your attention.
My name is Leslie Peña. I am a proud PSD alumna and serve as an employee and representative of ESPA. Most importantly, I'm also a parent of a student within our district. I believe it is crucial for us to consider the financial challenges faced by other districts. I respectfully urge our board members to have confidence in our district leaders as they make financial decisions aimed to preventing receivership. It is vital that we address this situation proactively rather than allowing it to extend further. By taking these steps, we're not only safeguarding the future of our district, our students, and our employees, but also protecting your position as board members in the event that we face receivership. I encourage you to research House Bill 2610, and I thank you for the attention to this important matter.
Next, I invite Mr. Anthony, followed by Joseph Fuentes.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come today to send some gratitude to a decision made to bring Class Dojo to our schools as a tool for two-way communication to our families. Recently, our art department took advantage of a contest inviting our students to draw the next Class Dojo monster, and we're proud today to celebrate our first grade student, Isla, as her final drawing for Peace Monster is in the final three for first grade across an international contest. And if you're looking for a vote, we want you to vote today. And take out your phones. You can scan the QR code on here and vote for peace. And please help our first grade student advance to the final round. Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, board, district administration, community. First of all, thank you all for serving as community service. You don't get paid. You all live in our communities or have children in our schools, which we love and appreciate. So to talk about bias of board members is really just to distract us from what's truly happening here. We have hard decisions to make, and I'm not telling you to go one way or the other. But to everyone in this room, have you called the governor's office and told her to stop being a bystander to vouchers? Have you called your legislators and told them to fund public schools? Have you showed up to your schools and volunteered and helped out and supported in any way that you can? That's what needs to happen. We need to organize and we need to hold the right people accountable, which are not in this space right now. We need to avoid receivership. We need to make hard decisions and we need to be able to plan. Today, have the discussion, ask the hard questions, make the decisions so that we can continue to plan and move forward into the future of reimagining what Phoenix Al can become when we staff it correctly and we do what's best for our children and our community.
Next, I invite Leslie Briefman, followed by Nicole Freed.
Hello, my name is Leslie Briefman. I am a kindergarten teacher at Whittier Elementary School, and I've been dedicated to this district for 22 years. I think that we need to think about how we want to make sure that our students do pass the ASA and how getting rid of our interventionists and our coaches are really going to play effect on that. I think we need to think about what would happen if we do not close these schools, because we will lose a lot of staff that make sure that our kids succeed and are successful for the rest of their life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nicole Frieda. I'm a second grade teacher at Capital Elementary. The last time I made a community comment, I spoke out in support of my school and my students. I want it to be known that I fight for my students all day, every day. With all the talks of closures and budget cuts, I feel that one group is not being shown a lot of support, and that is the teachers. Education is being attacked from every side. The president wants to abolish the Department of Ed. While we know he can't do that without an act of Congress, he can gut the budget, which will impact our funding. The day after you voted to take the school closure off the agenda, Plan B went into effect. We were told that positions would be cut, preschool gone, kindergarten would change, and teachers would be taking a pay cut. 3 of my close friends were told they would not have positions for the upcoming year. How will we function without reading interventionists, IISs, and behavior interventionists? When Plan C was announced last week, it was proposed even more cuts. So now classroom teachers will have more duties, more hats to wear, more things on our to-do list, which will make us less effective. So now I'm not going to just be a second grade teacher. I will have to be the nurse, the social worker, and the librarian. This is going to spread teachers too thin, and you are going to see a mass exodus of quality, qualified teachers if you do not close these 2 schools and write our budget. Please.
Thank you. Next, I invite Tara Meishiro, followed by Zoe Soto.
Good evening, board. My name is Tara Machero, and I am the proud art teacher of Edison Elementary. As a special area teacher, I am very blessed to see every student and every teacher on my campus. I see all their strengths, and I see all of their challenges too. I teach at Edison, which is one of the largest schools in the district. We already have very large classes, combo classes, and not enough staff to support it. Our interventionists help our many language learners from Spanish to Pashto to Dari. Our master teachers, aides, and IEIS help support us with managing behaviors, improving lesson and behavior plans, and supervision for these extremely large classes. When you take away these amazing people, you take away the support structures that help a school function. This makes our already difficult jobs as teachers that much more challenging, and the students are the ones who will suffer. We need to face reality. We are losing funding. We are losing enrollment. We need to consolidate. Next year, we are going to face this problem again, no matter how many positions we remove. You are going to lose some amazing staff that have been so impactful on our students, and it still won't be enough. Please close the schools.
Good evening, members of the governing board. I'm Zoe, the art teacher from Capital. I spoke to you during your community hearing at Capital, and I still stand firmly in my belief that the best decision to be made is the one that considers the needs of all schools and students within the district and provides benefit in providing our students access to the resources this district is currently able to offer. Not one that cuts from much needed behavioral, academic, and intervention-based resources or strips this district of other resources in such a way that we may ultimately lose many of our students and families. I look towards your guidance and leadership to bring us to the next step of this process earlier this month so that myself and my colleagues could plan for the year ahead. However, many of us were let down by the decision to postpone this very necessary vote. Today, I urge that, again, you will make a decision that provides us with an answer, a pathway to provide all of our students with the best care and supports that we can possibly give them. I know that my school and many others are ready to accommodate and guide these students on their path to success and greatness. All we need is for you to make a decision that brings the majority a benefit rather than a detriment to all. Thank you.
Next, I invite John Franklin, followed by Nicole Goodwin.
Good evening. First, I'd like to address ASU Prep. If we are in such dire straits and you guys are so flush with cash, why are you offering such below market offers? I would encourage you to sell your homes to would-be homeowners at that same below market rate. I'm sure there are teachers who would happily buy them. Your actions aren't heroic. You're trying to take advantage of us at a time of weakness. Shame on you. My name is John Franklin. I'm the vice president of PECTA, second grade teacher at Kenilworth, and a parent. My children are in the overflow. They better be acting right. One thing I tell my students and my kids when I have a tough decision to make is you don't have to like my decision, but do you understand why I had to make it? To the board members who have a preference to vote against Plan A or opted not to vote at all, I don't like your decision and I don't even understand it. A vote no on Plan A is a vote yes for receivership. For those that like transparency, let me say that again. A vote no on Plan A is a vote yes for receivership. How do I know this? Because when an opportunity to meet with the CFO was made available to PECTA, we attended and we asked that very question. I'm certain there are parts of Plan A you don't like. There might be some that I don't like, but I hope you understand being in receivership is much worse. Just ask the Isaac School District. Thank you.
My name is Nicole Goodwin, and I am a proud first grade teacher at Whittier School and PECTA treasurer. As we stand at a defining crossroads in our district's future, your voice and your vote carry more weight than ever before. The upcoming vote on the proposed school closures is not simply about buildings or budgets. It's about protecting the heart of our community, our students, our educators, and our right to self-governance. If this vote fails, our district faces receivership, a state-imposed takeover that strips us of local control and puts critical decisions in the hands of a state-appointed receiver. Just look to the Isaac School District in Phoenix, currently under receivership after a $12 million deficit. They now face a future directed not by their community, but by state control. All of their custodians and cafeteria workers were let go. We cannot let that happen here. Please make the hard decision to secure a brighter future for all of our students. Thank you for your time.
Next, I invite Edgar Toledo, followed by Marnie Burse.
Good evening. Relocating resources within our school district is essential to avoiding receivership. We cannot allow personal beliefs, personal agendas, or resistance to change to hinder our progress. That's shameful. The reality is that without making these difficult decisions now, we risk jeopardizing the future of our entire district by cutting essential people who help our students daily. By strategically relocating resources, we can ensure that all schools are better equipped to provide quality education while maintaining financial stability. This is about doing what is best for our students and community, even when it requires difficult but necessary choices. We must act now to protect the future of our school, students, staff, and district. Gracias.
Good evening. As president of PECTA, I urge you to act swiftly and decisively on the upcoming vote to prevent our district from falling into receivership. This is not just a financial matter. It is about the future of our students and the dedicated educators who've served them. Members of PECTA and ESPA leadership recently had the opportunity to meet with the district's new CFO, thank you, Mr. Whittle, to discuss the pressing issues at hand. It is both concerning and disheartening that some members of this governing board chose not to take advantage of the same opportunity to gain a full understanding of the situation and its far-reaching impacts on ultimately our children. Our community deserves a district that can address its challenges with thoughtful, sustainable solutions, not one that is torn apart by lack of action and indecision. Your vote will determine whether we protect the integrity of our schools and the future of our children. The decisions you make today will shape the future of Phoenix L. We implore you to take the necessary actions now for the sake of our students, our teachers, and the community we serve. Please let us work together to keep our schools strong, secure, and fully in our hands.
Next, I invite April Pettit, followed by Carrie Sampson.
Here today with a sense of urgency and deep concern regarding the future of our school district. As we face ongoing challenges, we must come together to make the hard decisions that will keep our district from falling into receivership. Due to what has happened in Isaac, HB 2610, introduced by he who must not be named, may pass. The consequences of this bill would be severe. A loss of local decision-making, reduced community input, and an increased focus on top-down mandates that may not reflect the realities of our students, staff, and families. Not to mention the removal of board members who are then barred from holding office again. It's clear that our school district, like many others, is facing significant hurdles. The Auditor General's office tells us that PESD is a high-risk district financially. I urge the board to continue working together, administrators, teachers, parents, and community members, to address these challenges head-on. In these difficult times, it is essential that we remain united, committed to making the hard decisions needed to secure a bright future for all our students. We must take action now to ensure that our district remains in the hands of those who know and care for our community the most. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
I'm speaking as a mom in this district. I'm also professor of education policy and leadership at ASU. However, my comments here are my own and not on behalf of ASU. I urge you once again to delay your vote and instead work with the community to come up with a more equitable and transparent plan that includes and amplifies the voices of those most impacted by these potential closures. I keep thinking about the mostly Black and Latina mothers from Dunbar who struggled to get to that meeting to speak and who begged you not to close their schools. We've also heard from many Hurd families who begged you not to close their neighborhood schools, and research is clear. School closures are harmful. And this isn't Isaac. We have shared other plans and ideas of ways the district can save money and keep these schools open. And it feels like the voices and our voices have been falling on deaf ears, with the exception of a couple of board members. We've been ignored, and families and educators have been pitted against each other instead of being seriously listened to. There are other options. Vote no today and consider other options, working with the community. If we build trust among those who are you are here to serve and represent. Thank you.
Next, I invite Representative Cruz, followed by Betsy Fowler.
Okay, I'll start quickly by saying thank you for serving, all of you. Anyone here a 2019 Phoenix L closure vet or a former member of a Reimagine committee? I feel like we've been here before. I'm not okay with closing neighborhood schools while keeping open enrollment campuses that may not even serve kids who live here. Families and staff are in survival mode. The fear-mongering I've heard tonight has been distasteful. This isn't one community over another. Closures may be necessary. Open enrollment is down, but it can't come at the expense of local kids. If open enrollment schools stay open, they must fully welcome neighborhood kids, including those with IEPs, 504s, and learning challenges. There are children who live near Shaw, but who can walk in walking distance, but can't attend Shaw. Now there'll be children in walking distance to Magnet, but can't attend Magnet. I'm fighting for public education every day down at the Capitol. As your legislative partner, I'm asking you to do what you must, but make every school inclusive, accountable, and open to the children who live here. And to our district families who do not live in our district, please vote for elected officials who support public.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dr. Betsy Fowler, and I serve as the head of schools with ASU Prep. I've been a proud part of this community for 13 years, hired by Dr. Gonzalez when I started. As the district faces the difficult reality of declining enrollment and budget constraints, two main solutions have been considered: large-scale staff reductions or school closures. However, there is a third option. ASU's offer to purchase or lease the Fillmore building would provide millions of dollars up front while creating an ongoing partnership that supports students and families across the district. Community members have been clear about the devastating impact school closures would have. This alternative, ASU's offer, not only preserves educational opportunities, but also best serves the interest of all stakeholders. The district should not pass this up. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical.
That concludes our in-person comments. We're moving on to our I don't have comment cards. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead with the electronic comments.
Our first comment is from Niobe Contreras. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because it has good quality between teachers and students. Having a small and friendly campus, I believe the downtown location should remain open because it allows me an ease of travel by public transportation to my school, an ease that is not just any location or school can offer me.
The next comment is from Valerie Vega. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because they've given me opportunities to better along after my high school education, giving me the opportunity to take classes through the university for my future career. I believe the downtown location should remain open because many families depend on this campus to be able to make pickup and drop off easier. ASU Prep Downtown, being a K-12 school, helps families with a wide variety of ages come to a school where all their children can get the best education possible. Also, due to the campus being downtown, students help small businesses all around the campus. Many love to hang out and walk around our beautiful downtown Phoenix. Thank you, Valerie.
Our next comment is from Xavier Ichigre. I love ASU Prep because throughout my high school journey, I have been engaged in the college pathway that ASU Prep offers, allowing me to graduate with an associate's degree. The school's location in downtown Phoenix is a huge advantage because it enables me to walk to ASU's campus for in-person college classes, giving me a real taste of college life. This experience not only prepares me academically, but also helps me understand what to expect in my future career path. I believe the downtown location should remain open because shutting down ASU Prep would take away these valuable opportunities for students to thrive and succeed in their educational journey. Xavier E.
This comment's from Ethan Ledsma. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because this location provides easy transportation to students. ASU Prep also provides places to visit after school, like local businesses to depend on students like us to visit. Also, this school has a deep connection with the community. ASU Prep invites the local neighborhoods to public events like the Fall Festival to embrace culture. Ethan Ledsma.
Our next comment is from Danica Mini Mules. Dear Phoenix School District, I believe that the downtown location should remain open because it is the heart of the city and is easily accessible to every student within the valley. To remove ASU Prep from this location would be a disservice to current students and new upcoming students that would like to enroll. I love ASU Prep because it has given me the opportunity to meet and learn from amazing teachers and mentors. Danica M.
This comment's from Maisie Bouchard. Dear Community Relations, I love ASU Prep because they've given me opportunity to take college courses. I believe the downtown location should remain open because the school is safe and a supporting environment. I truly feel safe when I am here, and I know that I am in good hands. Best, Maisie Bouchard.
Our next comment is from Havana Melgar. I love ASU Prep because they provide college-focused and personalized learning for all students. I believe the downtown location should remain open because I have easier access to in-person ULC courses offered by ASU University. Thank you, Havana.
This comment's from Jaslyn Molina. I love ASU Prep because of its community within the school. It gives me not only a chance to graduate high school, but also with a higher learning education level. Compared to other schools, I'm not as privileged to complete college courses. It gives me so much to the younger kids as well. I believe the downtown location should remain because it's easy to get to, but also in a beautiful part of the city.
Our next comment is from Akila Gonzalez Rivas. I love ASU Prep because I have attended this school my whole life. Now, as a senior, it makes me sad to think this will be my last year, and people won't have the opportunity to attend this school and create amazing memories in the future. I believe the downtown location should remain open because they're an amazing school. I believe they have a great education system, and they help their students grow their knowledge and learning skills. This school loves to help their students achieve their goals and help them with their career paths to college. Akila Gonzalez Rivas.
This is from Sabrina Cook. Dear School Board, I love ASU Preparatory Academy Phoenix because I am one of the few that have been there since kindergarten. This has felt like home for me for many years, seeing how the school evolved into an exceptional academic school for learning. Through this school, though this school is a little farther away from where I live, my parents chose this school because of the academic opportunities they had to offer. Many people who I've become friends with during my time also live in farther areas not near this school, and their parents all have the same reasoning as to why they chose this school. I believe the downtown location should remain open because this school is a very advanced and well-educated school compared to other high schools in Arizona.
This next comment is from Omar Sabori. I love ASU Prep because as an immigrant student who came to this country looking for a better life for my academic future, this school gave me the opportunity to be successful. They helped me learn English, and this location especially gave me the opportunity to start in-person college classes on the downtown campus. Thanks to this school, I was able to be a college student while I was still in high school. I believe the downtown location should remain open because more students in Arizona should be able to have the same opportunities as I do. There are many students out there with a lot of academic potential, and they could be receiving great opportunities at the downtown location, such as attending in-person classes related to their major in downtown campus. Thank you, Omar Sabari.
This is from Imam Mohammed. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU because they give me a wide spread of opportunities for college, and I believe the downtown location should remain open because future students should not have their education disrupted. Sincerely, Imam Mohammed.
Our next comment is from Aram Garcia. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because they give me a lot of openings that will benefit my future. Here at ASU Prep Downtown Phoenix campus, they have opened up a lot of opportunities for me. I believe the downtown location should remain open because it's close to businesses and the university that will prepare their students for the future.
This is from Natalia Marquez. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because ASU Preparatory focuses on college readiness and has a proven track record of preparing students for success at Arizona State University and other institutions of higher learning. ASU Prep has a positive impact on downtown Phoenix, and it contributes significantly to the growth of Phoenix. My school attracts families and educators to the area, supports local businesses, and fosters a sense of community and pride to all. I believe the downtown location should remain open because this community shows support to diverse communities and students. It is a place for students who may face challenges outside of school. Thank you, Natalia Marquez.
Our next comment is from Alexander Askar. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because it's a good school. It provides structure and a supportive environment. I believe the downtown location should remain open because it's in a good area that has access to public transportation to include students from all neighborhoods. Alex.
This is from Lily Ruiz. Dear Phoenix School District, I hope this email finds you well. I'm reaching out in regards to the ASU Preparatory Academy in downtown Phoenix. I believe the downtown location should remain open because of the opportunities this location provides. Arizona State University allows the students of ASU Prep to walk downtown during one of their class periods and occasionally sit in and participate in a class. This opportunity is unique to the campus location of ASU and the downtown location of ASU Prep. For this reason, I believe the downtown location should remain open in order to continue to provide these opportunities for future students and future ASU scholars. Thank you for your time and consideration. Kind regards, Lily Ruiz.
Our next comment is from Zuri Lindsay. Dear Phoenix School District, I love ASU Prep because of all the opportunities it's opened for me. Being able to engage in college courses and advance my learning to a higher level is something I cannot receive in other schools. I believe the downtown location should remain open because newcoming students should be able to have the same chances I received at the school. In addition, this school is close to the actual campus, allowing students who became college students at ASU to attend the school without leaving home or making a drastic move. Thank you, Zuri Lindsay.
This is from Ariane Lane. I love ASU Prep because it's been my school for all of high school, and I made my best friends there. I believe this location should remain open because it's created opportunities for countless kids who wouldn't have had those opportunities otherwise. In addition, my brother attends this school as well, and I want my brother to have the same opportunities that I did. Thank you, Ariane Lane.
Our next comment is from Keeson Butler. I love ASU Prep but because it is a nice and prestigious school that has helped me learn multiple skills that I didn't have before, and this location gives people access to different businesses and universities. I believe that the downtown location should remain open because they can teach these skills that I learned to others, which could help them in the future and get them ready for college and life. Keeson Butler.
This is from Daryl Bellevue. How about you make all private schools pay their own bills and not take our public money, you uneducated idiots?
Our next comment is from Celeste Minna. Dear board members, I am writing as both an instructional assistant in a self-contained preschool classroom at Faith North and as a mother of a child who has greatly benefited from the school. My 3-year-old son, who attends a level 2 classroom on an IEP, has made incredible progress since enrolling. When he started, he was nonverbal and struggled to communicate, often screaming in frustration. Thanks to his teachers and therapies, he is now learning to express himself and interact with peers. As a single mother, I rely on both my job and my son's education. Faith North provides essential support for children like him who would otherwise have little to no access to structured learning and therapies. Many of these children have only a tablet to rely on outside of school. Please choose Plan A to keep Faith North open. These children deserve a place to grow and thrive. Your decision will impact not only my family, but so many others in our community. Sincerely, Celeste Minna.
This message is from Erica Mendoza. Good evening, Governing Board President, Vice President, and board members. As a parent of the district for 14 years, I'm writing to you in support of the school closures of Hurd and Dunbar Elementary. I understand that this may be a difficult decision and that it brings uncertainty to the district and our communities. However, choosing to keep these schools open, the impact to the district as a whole will be devastating. I understand that the closure of these 2 schools affects slightly over 500 families whose children will now have to be transported to a different school that will not be within walking distance. Although that's not ideal for those families impacted, the loss of over 120 district employees, many of which are staff that work directly to impact student growth, support, and success, before and after school care, which many families across our district rely on, after school sports, clubs, etc., is far too great. Schools will be left with a skeleton crew and very minimal support, which will negatively impact the quality of education that will be able to be provided to our students. I urge you to vote yes on the school closures and consider the devastating impact the district as a whole will experience.
This next comment is from Christine McGuire. Dear Phoenix Elementary School Board members and meeting participants, my name is Christine McGuire, and I'm a special education teacher at Faith North Preschool and a resident in the district. This is my first year working at Faith North, and the program is exceptional. The preschool combined with the Child Find program allows the teachers, related service providers, and staff who are all experts in the field of early childhood development to address issues early on that can be compounded as a student gets older. There are some delays that can even be remedied if handled ahead of time in a child's development. For our students with the more serious issues, the program allows them access to learn and socialize that might not be possible otherwise. We have students with serious health issues that need teachers with the proper understanding and nurses with the expertise to make their early education possible. Please do not take their education away from them.
This message is from Anna Lauder. Dear members of the governing board and Dr. Gonzalez and cabinet, I'm writing to implore you to please reconsider this plan to close Hurd and Dunbar. The community has been left out of this discussion and conversation, and that is a recipe for disaster for this district. If you choose to close these two schools, please understand this will have such detrimental impacts on our district. There are so many resources at your disposal. Please reach out to those who know the history of how school closures damage districts. Enrollment will plummet as families will lose faith in the leadership of this district and their ability to lead us and listen to us. It is clear from the personal social media post of the board and cabinet that they have already determined that this is the only course of action and do not have any desire to listen to or collaborate with families. It pains me to see how our district is throwing away an opportunity to collaborate in a meaningful way. We could have spent all those hours of reimagining sessions in the fall actually telling the truth of what we faced and come together as a community to find solutions. Instead, we threw away our money on a fired superintendent, Dr. Hagigat, on expensive architects who sit on these sessions and tell us we should want biomedical schools.
Our next comment is from Maeve Drake Lavelle. Dear Governing Board, District Cabinet, and members of the community, my name is Maeve Drake Lavelle, and I have been a special education preschool teacher at PESD for 15 years. I have worked alongside my colleagues to make our Faith North preschool program into a developmentally appropriate and inclusive environment that welcomes and celebrates each child and their unique learning styles. It will be devastating to the PESD community to have this program dismantled. As a governing board member, you are an elected official with the duty to collaborate with district admin to ensure the PESD offers favorable programming for families. It is also your responsibility to make tough decisions to keep the district financially stable. By avoiding these hard choices, like voting to close the proposed schools and refusing to collaborate with district admin, you are negatively impacting our community and failing to do your elected duty. Closing schools is not ideal, but by consolidating these schools, we're able to preserve what programs we are able to offer students and families. Thank you.
This message is from Brian Bowie. Dear Board President and members, my name is Dr. Brian Bowie. I'm a contracted vendor teacher at Capital, not a direct district employee. I mention this to emphasize that I speak from an objective perspective. In any financial situation, spending more than what is earned is not a sustainable formula. With that in mind, I hope you make the decision that 10 years from now, you will look back on with confidence, knowing that it was the right choice. Closing schools is a difficult decision for students, parents, and especially district officials, as we all want to see the schools grow together rather than close. However, when financial realities demand action, it is crucial to act while we still have options. I strongly encourage you to vote yes on Plan A, closing 2 schools. If Plan B is chosen, staffing will be reduced, school facilities across the district may not receive proper maintenance, and many schools will continue to operate at less than 50% capacity. Yet essential costs such as air conditioning, groundskeeping, and facility upkeep will persist. I hope my voice, along with those of my colleagues, will be heard. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Dr. Brian Bowie.
Our next comment is from Mike Mitchell. Dear members of the board, I am writing about the budget issues affecting PESD #1 schools and urging you to vote for consolidating the 2 schools. As a concerned parent within the district, I have reviewed the superintendent's presentations and materials. The board faces difficult budget decisions. However, based on the data, consolidating the 2 schools seems to be the most viable solution for our district's future. I understand that this move may be challenging for many families and staff members. However, it is crucial for PESD #1 as a whole to maintain essential programs, ensuring students receive a comprehensive education with necessary services and support. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to our community. Regards, Michael Mitchell.
This message is from Rocio Aguilar. Dear school board members, I'm writing to express my strong concerns about the potential closure of Hurd Elementary. As a parent of a student at this school, I believe that closing the school would have significant negative impacts on my child's emotional, social, and academic well-being. Firstly, the emotional and social stability that Hurd Elementary provides is crucial for my child's development. The bonds children form with their peers and teachers help build a sense of security and belonging, which is vital for their mental health. Removing that stable environment could have lasting emotional consequences, particularly during such formative years. Furthermore, the prospect of larger class sizes, should the school be closed and students transferred elsewhere, raises concerns about the quality of education. With overcrowded classrooms, students will most likely miss out on the individual attention they deserve, potentially impacting their academic progress and overall experience. I urge the board to reconsider this decision and explore alternative solutions to address any financial or logistical challenges without disrupting the education and well-being of our children. Hurd Elementary has always been a cornerstone in our community, and its continued operation is essential for both the emotional stability and academic growth of our students.
Our Our next comment is from Daniel Stanton. My name is Daniel Stanton. I'm the director of G Road, which provides after-school care at Emerson. I'm a Phoenix #1 alumni and was born and raised in this neighborhood. School closures are devastating, but the risk of losing essential services across the district is even more concerning. I attended several of the Reimagine Phoenix meetings that were held over the last year. It is clear that the community wants a solution that prioritizes students' social and emotional health, access to essential resources, and a high quality of education. All things that require financial decisions that may feel unpopular in the short time. I don't want to dismiss the feelings of those who feel upset or unsure about the direction, but these conversations have been ongoing, and slowly down momentum now is unhelpful. I am very comfortable being disruptive when necessary, but having spent time listening to educators, parents, students, and fellow community members, I am confident that this is the time to support solutions that are strategic, innovative, and bold. Thank you.
This next group of messages, it was the same message sent by multiple people. So I'll read off the names and then the message all at once. It's from Tamlin Lorenz, Carolyn Banks, Jason Wood, Maria Mauer, Linda Skrilliff, Nancy Quintero Ochoa. And they all read, Superintendent and board members, I am a resident and taxpayer residing in Westwood Village and Estates Historic Neighborhood. If you vote to close our walkable neighborhood school, May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School, I will be signing a petition for our neighborhood to redistrict into the Osborne Elementary School District. I hope that we can resolve this matter without needing to resort to litigation. Please vote for Plan B. You don't know what's best for our community or our children because you didn't even care to ask. You should be ashamed for knowingly targeting a school that has a high number of at-risk, vulnerable, marginalized children that now has a stable enrollment and is underfunded compared to many other schools in the district. A school on the northwest edge of the district that borders on Isaac and is poised to gain students from that failing district. Magnet and Hurd do not compete for the same cohort of students. To close now would defy all logic looking at the actual numbers in the district. Teachers and programs will unfortunately be cut in every plan proposed by the district. We must make the easy decision to fight and keep our neighborhood's kids in our neighborhood school. We do not close their school and bus them across town.
Our next comment is from Nancy Beck. Board members, you must think outside the box, not just parrot what the superintendent tells you. Question the numbers. Please do not close Hurd School. Closing Hurd would destroy a community that will never recover. It will perpetuate the destruction of public schools in general and Phoenix Elementary District in particular. Save Hurd. Thank you.
This message is from Daniel Birch. Superintendent and board members, I'm a resident and taxpayer residing in the May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School boundary. If you vote to close our school, I will be signing a petition for our neighborhood to redistrict into the Osborne Elementary School District. Thank you, Daniel Birch.
Our next comment is from Lynette Lopez, to whom it may concern. I am writing as a worried citizen to voice my concern over the debate regarding closing Hurd and Dunbar in order to maintain staffing at the other schools in the district. I firmly believe that closing those schools, while disruptive and unfortunate result of a budget issues, is the preferred and ultimate less disruptive course of action. Capital Elementary is an excellent school with a dedicated staff that makes a huge impact on the community, and the students, staff, and community will ultimately be better off with that school remaining open without further reducing staff or lowering teacher salaries. In the debate around this issue, I have heard many complaints and concerns over sending students to Capital that I believe are misrepresentative of the truth and manipulative of the public. I have had nothing but excellent experiences with Capital, and I know that the school is more than capable of providing equal or better care to any potential new students than the campuses that are closing. Cutting positions and salary in any attempt to keep the other schools open will end up causing more harm than good. In addition, I am concerned with potential conflict of interest.
This message is from Magali Martinez Saints. Hello, I'm writing to express my support for the difficult but necessary decision to consolidate schools within our district. While school closures are never easy, they are sometimes necessary to ensure that all students receive the best possible education and access to essential programs. By thoughtfully managing our district's resources, we can better allocate funding toward preserving and enhancing student services, including vital before and after school care programs. These programs provide academic support, enrichment activities, and safe spaces for students, which are crucial for working families and the overall well-being of our community. Strategic school closures will also help optimize staffing, improve classroom experiences, and allow for better investment in educational tools and infrastructure, ensuring that every student has access to a high-quality learning environment. This will help prevent inevitable future financial default like we have seen in other school districts, such as Isaac, where the state had to step in. I appreciate the board's commitment to making thoughtful decisions in the best interest of all students and families. Thank you for considering this important step in strengthening our schools and preserving programs like Faith North Head Start program that benefits so many families and introduces more young families to our district. My heart is with every affected family, regardless of the outcome. We will come together on the other side, supporting one another through the changes as they come. Thank you, Magali Martinez Saints.
Our next comment is from Jenny Huber. My name is Jenny Huber, and I'm a parent of a second grader that attends Shaw Elementary, as well as an instructional assistant in a Shaw classroom. I am deeply disheartened by the board's decision to not close 2 of our district schools to help mitigate our budget shortfalls. I know how special school community can be and understand this difficult decision, but I feel closing 2 schools as opposed to other drastic budget cuts is the best choice. I'm excited to get to know the students coming from those schools that are closing and welcoming them into our community. I also have a son that benefits from programs like reading intervention and would hate to sacrifice those programs on a district level rather than closing 2 school locations. Please encourage the board to vote quickly to close 2 schools. Jenny Huber.
This message is from Aisha Gettle. Dear governing board members, as a concerned resident of Phoenix, I am reaching out to urge you to take decisive action to preserve the historic Phoenix #1 district. You ran for office because you wanted to lead, so please lead. As is often the case, leadership requires making difficult decisions that are in the best interest of the community. Now more than ever, it's time for you to step up and lead with courage and a long-term vision. To ensure the future of Phoenix #1, you must make the tough but necessary decision to close Heard and Dunbar schools. Consolidating these schools will allow you to reallocate resources and integrate students from Dunbar and Heard into other campuses. These campuses can then be fully staffed and equipped to provide all students with a rich educational experience. This will ensure that students across the district continue to have access to vital programs like music for all students, pre-kindergarten, after school and before school services, and extracurricular activities. It will also allow for the necessary teacher aides and support staff to be retained and distributed where they're needed most. If you choose the path of least resistance and retain underfunded and under-enrolled schools, as outlined in Plan B, which requires the loss of vital programs across the entire district.
That's time. Sorry, my ringer doesn't go off. My apologies.
Our next comment is from Holly Ruiz. Dear members of the school board, I am writing to express to you how the decision not to vote on closing 2 schools in the district is already affecting the staff and thereby the school district. By not voting on consolidating schools due to the low enrollment, I am hearing that several positions as well as preschool and other programs are looking at being cut instead. This would effectively close Faith North as they are strictly preschool. Preschool has consistently been shown to increase kindergarten readiness as well as helping a child to succeed throughout the rest of their school years. There are so many families that will be affected by this, especially special needs families. Not to mention the weight of the proposed positions to be cut would also unduly be shouldered by the children with special needs or in need of interventionists. There are already teachers and other staff who are getting ready to search for new positions in other districts or have already begun due to the instability and insecurity this decision has caused. This will cause a regrettable talent drain. Arizona is a school choice state, so if parents perceive that their children are not getting as good of an education, they will disenroll their children and move them to the charter schools or other public schools districts that will still offer all services and learning opportunities their children enjoy. A great deal of these exits will be the children who currently attend school in Phoenix Elementary.
This message is from Maria Silva. Hello, my name is Maria Silva, and I have my daughter attending one of the PESD schools. I've been looking through the budget cuts and have heard the superintendent speak about the budget cuts for the district. I have seen the financial budget reports on the different plans to see what options are the best for the district. I understand the Phoenix district is not increasing on enrollment. The Phoenix district is not offering many support and curriculum to entice parents to enroll in the district. I heard the superintendent mention these budget cuts have been coming for a long time and are needed, but it needs to be done correctly. My daughter has been in the Phoenix district since she was 3 years old and has had a good education. She was about to complete 6th grade. Looking through the cuts, if certain programs were the only thing that were cut, then there would still be a deficit for the district. The Plan A does have it to close Dunbar and Heard with certain programs that could help save money for the district. I encourage not all the schools have to be affected, but few schools and students. Closing down and taking away specials and programs from all schools is going to decrease more enrollment for the district. We are not providing any incentives for parents to bring their kids to the district if you take away all the special programs for most of the district.
Our next comment is from Lena Coulter. Dear members of the board, my name is Lena Coulter. I am an associate teacher at Faith North, a mother to a 4-year-old with autism and a dedicated educator working toward becoming a certified teacher. I have been at Faith North for 8 years, starting as an instructional assistant and now working my way up to becoming a teacher. This place has truly been home for me. My son has been at Faith North for 2 years, and in that time, he has made incredible progress. Faith North is more than a school, it's a family that provides a loving, inclusive environment where every child is supported and valued. I ask you to think about these young children who desperately need preschool before kindergarten. As a single mother with little help, I rely on this program not only for my child's growth, but also for my livelihood. Many staff members are in the same situation. If Faith North closes, these preschoolers will have nowhere to go, while older students will still have other options. I pray that God guides you in this difficult decision. Please remember the children, families, and staff who depend on Faith North. Sincerely, Lena Coulter.
This next message is from Mrs. Rubio. Even though it's a difficult financial decision you're about to take, you're sacrificing people for buildings. This is not the first time since I've been a teacher for 29 years in the district that I feel like we, the teachers, are treated like nothing but a number. All this time, you have failed to come strong and decide. You have had us all in limbo with the horrible feeling of not knowing if we will have a job in July. People who voted for you are now wondering, and you all hear down the hall how disappointing it is and regret voting for you. Have you told the people that if you keep the schools open, it will not be the same school with all the cuts we're proposing? What is the difference with PESD and all the other districts that you are making it? It can't be the only the low enrollment, but bad administration. Who will be accountable and how will you respond? Thank you, Mrs. Rubio.
Our next comment is from Kayla Morris. Dear board members, my name is Kayla Morris, and I've been a reading interventionist instructional assistant in Phoenix #1 for 2 years. I'm also pursuing a career in social work, which has deepened my understanding of how critical stability and resources are for our students and families. I'm writing to urge you to reconsider school closures as a better solution than staff and program reductions. Arizona's academic standing is already historically low, and cutting staff and programs will only make it harder to meet district and school improvement goals. Programs like reading intervention before and after school care and sports are essential for student success, especially for those who rely on extra support. School closures, while difficult, would allow us to maintain adequate staffing and programs to serve our communities effectively. On the other hand, staff and program cuts risk overburdening teachers, underserved students, and further declining academic outcomes. Additionally, as someone passionate about education and social work, I can tell you that many of us are questioning the stability of Phoenix #1. Staff reductions could lead to losing valuable, multi-talented employees who are essential to our students' success. Please prioritize school closures over staff and program cuts. This approach preserves our educational integrity and staff morale.
This message is from Elizabeth Moody. Dear board members, I'm writing as a concerned parent to urge you to support the Plan A school consolidation plan. I'm a parent of three who attend a Phoenix elementary school. The other one, once she is of age. I live out of district. I choose for my children to attend the Phoenix Elementary District School. All of them have started at the age of 3 years old, and I cannot express the importance and value this early childhood education, preschool, and full-day kindergarten has had on my family, let alone the hundreds of children who have also attended. The loss of these programs will have a detrimental, long-lasting impact on our children. They deserve better. Please consider the school consolidation plan, as the students will be absorbed into our warm, welcoming community with open arms, and they will soon feel at home. Thank you, Elizabeth Moody.
Our next comment is from Craig McGuire. My name is Craig McGuire, and I live and work in Phoenix Elementary School District #1. My wife is a special education and preschool teacher, and I have been in the banking and finance industry for over 35 years. I recognize you have some very difficult decisions to make given the current budgetary constraints, and certainly empathize with your position, as I have also had to make difficult choices. Based on the information I have reviewed, it's clear the difficult decision to close the Hurd and Dunbar campuses given lower enrollment is the only viable option. I know that directly impacts the families that attend these schools, but your own independent financial study shows that it is the only way to balance the budget and retain as many positions and programs as possible. Plan A. Schools will need to be closed at some point in the future given declining enrollment, and delaying this decision will impact more people in critical programs. It is also vitally important to maintain your current preschool programs. Getting the initial foundation of learning and socialization is critical to successful and happy educational experience. It is a gift that you can offer to this opportunity as a public school, allowing children to get a valuable start that would not otherwise be available to many families. Thank you for your service to the community and consideration.
This message is from Megan Ellens. Dear PSD1, I am the parent of children in Phoenix #1, a long-term resident within the district and a property owner in the same neighborhood as ASU Prep's Fillmore campus. I am writing due to the extreme concern about the current issues on the board's agenda related to the upcoming budget decisions and the ongoing negotiation with ASU Prep's Fillmore campus. My concerns are twofold. FY26 budget, I'm extremely concerned about the current budget proposals. While school closures are difficult decisions, it is imperative that the district maintain the appropriate appropriate level of services for the greatest number of its students. That is the absolute highest priority. City demographics and school age demands shift over time, neighborhood by neighborhood, and I recognize this is particularly difficult in Arizona's open enrollment context. However, holding on to under-enrolled campuses while cutting fundamental services, including preschool and kinder classes to support supportive services and before and after school care is not a viable option for the district. It will only further undercut the district's viability in the long term. 2, ASU Prep Downtown Campus. To the best of my knowledge, ASU has made an offer.
Our next comment is from Maria Karen Huitzel Flores. My name is Maria Karen Huitzel Flores. I'm a special educational instructional assistant at Faith North ECLC. Please consider voting today on this important agenda item. This has caused undue stress on everyone that will be impacted in this decision. When voting, please take into consideration the letter from the financial consultant Ken Hicks, who supports Plan A. Thank you.
This message is from Sydney Wright. The below public comment is in regards to March 25th, Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 Governing Board Agenda Items, Action Items 1 and 2. I, Sydney Wright, am a community member, address redacted. I do not require a reply. My name is Sydney Wright, and I am a community member, high school educator, and a family member to multiple Phoenix Number 1 teachers. I'm submitting this public comment to request transparency and communication from the governing board and the district office. In January, teachers at Hurd and Dunbar were notified of the potential closures, but they were verbally assured that certified employees would have a job somewhere in the district. This came as a shock to many, as there have been no previous discussions of this. However, the amount of money did not go missing overnight. This should have not been a shock. Stakeholders should have been made aware of this possibility way before January. Since then, there's been a back and forth game of whether or not Hurd and Dunbar will close and whether or not staff will have jobs, all with little to no reassurance and transparency from the district. Tonight is not the first time this topic has been on the governing board meeting agenda, with the last instance resulting in simply not voting, with little to no communication of next steps.
Our next comment is from Jackie Lindenow. Dear PESD Number 1 Governing Board, my job was cut today because the choice is made at the board meeting on March 4th, 2025. While that is upsetting, I find it even more appalling that important programs in our district will also be cut, including interventionists, social workers, IEISs, IAs, preschool, full-day kindergarten, and before and after school care and sports. I have been in the district since 2010 and have worked in various roles from classroom teacher to interventionist to master teacher. In all my time, I have been proud that I was a part of the district that offered such incredible services to our families. Now, however, all I feel is disappointment and anger. Disappointment and anger that buildings were chosen over people. Disappointment and anger that the students at Bethune and across the district will no longer have access to interventionists. Disappointment and anger that teachers will also have to endure larger class sizes with no additional support. Disappointment and anger that there were board members among you that looked at facts and ignored them. According to the board website, there is a focus on student outcome-focused governance. The statement goes on to say that the framework is built around 6 research-informed competencies. Given that these are your adopted goals and they are based on data, I'm confused at why 3 of you would choose to send us down a path that will make these goals.
This message is from Shannon Sobey. Dear Phoenix L School Board, I've already written once, but it seems that after the initial vote postponement, that not enough answers consideration have been given to the question of closing Hurd School. I urge you to reconsider the closure of May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School. The school is a cornerstone of our community, providing not just education, but stability, safety, and engagement for families. Closing it would disrupt students, displace families, and contribute to neighborhood decline. Without a local school, parents will face longer commutes, reduced involvement, and increased hardships, particularly low-income families. This closure risks higher crime rates, failing property values, and decreased community investment, far greater costs in the long run. Not to mention the impact of alternative uses of the property, which will certainly have detrimental impacts on the neighborhood. Please explore alternatives like budget reallocations, partnerships, or grants instead of shutting down a critical resource. Our community deserves to stay in this decision, and I hope you prioritize keeping the school open. Sincerely, Shannon Sobey.
Our next comment is from Jessica Mitchell. Dear Ms. Fink, I am writing to you regarding the current budget issues affecting the funding of PESD Number 1 schools. I have listened to all 4 of the presentations given by our superintendent over the last several weeks and carefully read the supporting materials that were presented. As a parent of 2 PESD Number 1 students and a staff member, I am deeply concerned for the future of our wonderful school district. It is very clear from the information presented by the superintendent that the board has some extremely difficult budgetary decisions to make, which also have many difficult emotions attached to them. I am certain this is no easy task for you looking at the numbers and projections. I don't see any way to a sustainable sustainable future for our district other than consolidating these two schools. Please help keep our vibrant, beautiful community intact by voting to consolidate the two schools. By consolidating, PESD number one will be able to keep the vital programs needed across the entire district to ensure PESD number one students continue to get a well-rounded education with the services, specials, and staff needed to support students in their educational journey. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your service to our community. Sincerely, Jessica Mitchell.
This message is from Micah Johnson. Dear Superintendent and board members, our family lives in the Hurd School District, so I was alarmed when I heard about the plans to close the school. As an invested community member and parent of a future student, I attended 2 of the meetings that were held to gain community input. I was pleased to see that you responded to the community by delaying an initial vote on the closing of Hurd and Dunbar schools. However, I'm disheartened to see it back on the agenda so soon without further engagement with the community since then. I understand the financial pressures the district faces. However, the proposed plan seems short-sighted with vague financial details that may or may not materialize. These decisions are being made rapidly based on a demographic survey that has not been made publicly available and based on financial projections that lack depth and transparency on the revenue side. Contrary to what has been communicated about the demographics in the Hurd neighborhood, the area is experiencing turnover of homes to younger families with young children. Further, it is unclear how these 2 properties will become income generating, particularly with one of them being the reason for closing Hurd is due to capital costs to improve the building.
Our next comment is from Yadira Alvarez Urios Stegui. Dear Superintendent and board members, I am a resident and taxpayer residing in the May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School boundary. The proposed closure of Hurd has been met with hostility, inequity, and frankly does not make sense, as it serves some of our most vulnerable members of our district and does not have enrollment concerns. Please consider meeting the community before the vote or voting to keep Hurd School open through selecting option B. We know our community best, not what outsiders want for us. If Hurd is closed, we will begin the process of exploring redistricting into Osborne School District for those in the Hurd boundary in Westwood Village and Estates, which has a stronger commitment to neighborhood schools and community input. This is a real achievable solution and one that has been done before. If the board moves forward with the closure, we will immediately begin the petition process to move our neighborhood into Osborne to make our neighborhood have a local community school. Please consider the community you are attempting to set aside for our outside interests. Thank you.
This message is from Susan Gulick. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed closure of May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School and the Paul Lawrence Dunbar Elementary School of Phoenix Elementary No. 1 School District in Phoenix, Arizona, and urge you to reconsider the proposed decision. Closing these schools would have devastating consequences for students, families, and the entire community as they serve the district's most vulnerable students, with Hurd being unjustly and unnecessarily targeted as it does not have enrollment concerns. First and foremost, closing Hurd and Dunbar would disrupt students' education and well-being. Smaller neighborhood schools provide a sense of stability, personal attention, and stronger relationships between teachers, students, and families. Research consistently shows that students perform better academically and socially when they remain in familiar, supportive environments. Beyond the academic impact, closing these schools will burden families by forcing them to find alternative transportation, childcare, and after-school programs, many of which may not be affordable or accessible. It will also lead to overcrowding in other schools, reducing the quality of education for all students in this district. Additionally, closing schools will weaken these communities.
Our next comment is from Leslie Beaucamp. Thank you for reading this during the community communication of the 3/25/25 governing board meeting. Good evening, members of the board, families, and community members. I'm a community member who has been able to work with the PESD No. 1 educator since 2013. Thank you for your leadership and listening to the community comments. Leadership isn't about avoiding tough choices, it's about making responsible ones, and tonight you faced one of the hardest decisions yet. The budget presentation shared with us all in the board packet makes it all too clear. Phoenix Elementary has seen declining enrollment for years, and the district must act now to avoid severe consequences in the future. District leaders have provided recommended options with clear budgets. The question is no longer whether change is needed. It is about which difficult decision you will make tonight to put the district in the best position to succeed in the future. We can't let inaction cause even more severe consequences for each of us. I understand your desire for more input, but let's be honest, this process has been ongoing for over a year. We were all invited to be a part of the community-driven process to right-size the district based on enrollment and population trends, but to do so in a way that can help educators collaborate in their schools and help the community flourish.
This message is from Maria Flores. Hi, my name is Maria Karen Hutzel Flores. I'm a special education instructional assistant at Faith North ECLC. Please consider voting today on this important agenda item. This has caused undue stress on everyone that will be impacted in this decision. When voting, please take into consideration the letter from financial consultant Ken Hicks, who supports Plan A. Thank you.
Our next comment is from Ron Marshall. Dear Phoenix Elementary School District Board, my name is Ron Marshall. I'm a parent of a PESD #1 student. It is with a heavy heart I am supporting Plan A, which includes the consolidation of schools in the Phoenix Elementary School District. I encourage you to do the same. I will not normally be writing in support of school closure. I am a supporter of public education. Here in Arizona, we have the opportunity to choose private or charter school options for our kids, but our family specifically chose a Phoenix Elementary School District school. After considering the proposed options, Plan A is the better choice for the district as a whole. It does not look like there is a better monetary remedy in the future. No bond issue for voters to approve that would provide needing funded to no demographic change to supply an influx of students. In fact, all signs point in the opposite direction. Fewer students moving forward and less money to run all the buildings in the district. By not making a difficult decision to consolidate 2 schools now, I think we'd be compounding the challenges to the district. The impacts would be far-reaching and immediate and dramatically affect all children at every PESD school. Putting off campus consolidation could likely force even more school closures in a few short years. While neither plan is ideal,
This message is from Michelle Fink, Superintendent and Board members. I am a resident and childcare worker residing in the Westwood Village and Estates Historic Neighborhood. If you vote to close our walkable neighborhood school, May Bartlett Hurd Elementary School, I will be signing the petition for our neighborhood to redistrict into the Osborne Elementary School District. I hope we can resolve this matter without needing to resort to litigation. Please vote for Plan B. You don't know what is best for our community or our children because you didn't even care to ask. You should be ashamed for knowingly targeted a school that has a high number of at-risk, vulnerable, marginalized children that now has stable enrollment and is underfunded compared to many schools in the district. A school on the northwest edge of the district that borders on Isaac and is poised to gain students from that failing district. Magnet and Hurd do not compete for the same cohort of students. To close now would defy all logic looking at the actual numbers of the district. Teachers and programs will unfortunately be cut in every plan proposed by the district. We must make the easy decision to fight to keep our neighborhood kids in our neighborhood school. Do not close the school and bus them across town, creating yet another barrier for access to quality education. Thank you, Michelle Fink.
our next comment is from Violeta Ramos. Good evening, President Bueno, members of the board, Superintendent Gonzalez, and the community. My name is Violeta Ramos, and I am the proud daughter of immigrants and the proud product of the public school system here in Arizona. In fact, a proud product of the Phoenix Elementary School District schools, having attended Capital Elementary from K through 6 and finishing at Magnet Traditional School from 7th and 8th grade. My time in the high school district truly prepared me for high school, where I chose to be a part of the IB program at North High School. I am so sorry that I cannot be in attendance tonight due to another commitment, but I come to you as a fellow board member. I am currently serving my first term as a board member for the Osborne School District, where this year I have taken the role of president. Being a board member is no easy task, and it is a task that we truly volunteer our time since there is no payment for what we do. I say all this because I know that the decision to be made tonight is an extremely tough one. I do urge the community to support the decision in closing down the schools for the benefit of the school district. While it is never a decision any school board member wants to make, it is to be done, and I know that your school board member leaders have paid close attention to all the options. Unfortunately, our state does not fully fund our schools, and the decline in student enrollment over the years does not help either.
This message is from Jasmine Richardson. Dear board members, I am Jasmine Richardson, an instructional assistant at Faith North, and I'm praying that you choose Plan A. While closing other schools may be difficult, shutting down our preschool program would have long-term consequences for these children. Preschool is where they built the foundation for learning. Without it, many of them will fall behind before they even reach kindergarten. Faith North provides structure, social interaction, and early intervention that these children desperately need. Here they learn how to communicate, develop friendships, and build confidence. Without this, many of them will revert to relying on tablets and miss out on critical development milestones. Imagine what kindergarten will look like if these children don't have the early support they need. As a single mother of 2, I also depend on this job. My children need me to work, just as so many other families depend on Faith North for education and stability. I love my job, my coworkers, and most importantly, I love seeing these children grow and learn every single day. Please think about these kids and their futures. Keep Faith North open. Choose Plan A. Sincerely, Jasmine Richardson.
This concludes our communications.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody that participated and sharing your voices and concerns. Moving on to our consent agenda, I motion that we adopt the consent agenda.
This is Carmen Trujillo. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. May I get a roll call?
Vote count for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
for Dr. Alicia Vink,
Yes.
for Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Yes.
Ms. Erica Ovalle.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we have moved approved our consent agenda, and we are moving on to our executive session. I motion at 7:32 to go into executive session. May I get a second?
Alicia Carmen Trujillo, I'll second. Full count for Miss Jessica Bueno.
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink.
Aye.
Miss Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Miss Erica Ovalle.
Aye.
Thank you. We will be back. I do not have a time frame, but we will be back. The time is 8:27, and we are back from our first executive session where we provided directive to our representative. And now I motion at 8:27 to move into our second executive session.
Alicia Vink, so moved.
Full count for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye. And Madam President, just to clarify for the minutes, it's for legal advice regarding item E2.
Correct. With that, we move into our second executive session.
Okay. I know where my place is.
That's whole decision making when you're hydrated.
Okay, thank you.
Where are our other two board members? They fighting it out in there? Where did they go?
No, Jessica went to the restroom. Alicia's having a
Panic attack?
meltdown. So I'm hoping she comes. From executive session, the time is 9:05, and we will resume our regular board meeting. We are moving on to action item. Number 1, request authorization of reduce in force and elimination of positions pursuant to ARS 15-544 and governing board policies GCQA and GDQA for the 2025-2026 school year. Who will be presenting?
Dr. Bowman will be presenting the recommendation.
President Bueno and Vice President Trio, other board members, Dr. Vink, and community. This is, I don't have a presentation other than what's written here. Just wanted to go over that and any questions that you might have or discussion. As we've been discussing for quite a while right now, we have a significant M&O budget shortfall that we're facing in our immediate future and our future years. In response to that, 87% of our expenditures out of the M&O budget are on our staff. In order to effectuate the economies that we need to, in order to present a balanced budget to you in June of this year, we need to have a significant reduction in our workforce and also eliminate some of our positions. So when we get a staff member who resigns in our current state, we look at very carefully at the efficiencies and effectiveness of all positions. And in some of the cases now you're seeing that we're eliminating positions and combining positions. We had a great example of that last year where in the curriculum and instruction department, we took 4 positions and we collapsed those into 2 positions to better meet the needs of our district. While that certainly doesn't feel good and nobody wants to be part of taking livelihood away from a person, we also have the fiscal responsibility to put together a staff workforce for the students that we serve and the families that we serve. So presented to you is, you'll see in the packet, you have 2 different sheets. One is a M&O reductions and the other one is for title. So in addition to the M&O issue that I just discussed, and that's also a part of our declining enrollment and also a part of our inefficiencies of running more schools than we probably ought to be with the staffing that we have. You'll see the title reductions, and we're in a little bit of an educated guessing game. We anticipate at least 20% reduction in title funds, and we're hearing it might be even more given the nature of what's going on in the federal government. So in response to that, our reductions that have been presented there and reduction in force and position eliminations are in response to the budget shortfall that we'll have in the federal program funding. So that's what's presented to you is both of those. And what I want to share on the M&O in most cases on the certified staff that are in there, they'll be offered a teaching position in our district. The reason we're able to do so is through our attrition. We have unfortunately a pretty solid attrition rate, which will give us the ability to keep people employed. And in addition to that, we have 2 unique programs that we have are not the emergency teacher cert. That's not unique. A lot of districts do that, but we also have the associate teacher. So while we want to keep as many of those staff members employed as possible, they're not appropriately certified, so they won't initially get contracts. And what instead will happen is where you see the recommendation to reduce master teachers, or you see a recommendation to reduce the number of IEISs, or you see the recommendation on title to reduce reading specialists or EL interventionists, we'll be able to offer all of those staff members a teaching position in our district. So while the position that they hold may be eliminated or may be reduced, those that don't stay in the position will have the opportunity to be a teacher. So we feel really good about that part of it, to be able to offer employment. Same with any of the IAs that you see on there, the instructional assistants on our support staff side, both in federal programs and also in our M&O budget. We have I don't have the exact number. We have many, many, many of our vendor IAs in special education programming, and we will be able to offer any IA who's displaced an opportunity to stay employed with us if they will serve our district in the special ed programs as an IA. They will be trained, and they also make a little bit more money if they do that. So in addition to that, we still will have attrition. So we will have some resignations between now and May and June. So while that will be an option initially, there will also be an option to remain as a general ed IA if those happen as we have more attrition. So for the governing board, the number one thing in any of these situations is we want to first be able to solve any reductions or position eliminations through attrition. And then after that, if we get down to like one of the groups on there's library media, the media clerks, we're proposing to reduce the pool of 10 to 5. We will do that through a reduction process where they'll be evaluated through a rubric. And of those 5, unfortunately, right now, we don't have a similar job family. We could certainly offer to be an IA, just like we did there, but we don't have the same easy job family to go right across. So there may actually be a reduction in people there, which is really unfortunate. As far as the M&O side, there's 86 positions there. And I believe that it's 75 of those 86 will have an opportunity to stay employed that are on that list. So our legal counsel advises in a 2-step process. The first step is for you to consider the reduction and elimination plan that we're presenting to you on behalf of our district administration and the superintendent. And then if you approve the plan that we have, then what we'll be seeking is at the next meeting or next couple of meetings, then we'll be bringing a list of recommendations for staff, just like we always do on position eliminations and or reduction in force or non-renewals. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to entertain any discussion or questions, and I might lean on Dr. Gonzalez or Dr. Ailshire to also step in and help as well.
Do we have any questions?
Madam Chair, I have 2 quick ones, hopefully. Dr. Bowman, may I ask for an approximate number of what 20% reduction in title funds was generally, and maybe just a little more elaborate explanation of the attrition that we expect, just so the community's clear on what that looks like.
I'll answer the first part on attrition because that's pretty fresh in my mind. On the teacher side, certified teachers, we hired 89 new certified staff this year. So, and then the year before that, it was up over 100. So I would anticipate, given I'd say our climate right now, where we're going through the challenges that we are, we might even see higher attrition rates than what we did in the prior year. So it's a little bit of an educated guess on that, but I would say probably no less than that, just given the past history. We've had a great staffing year. This has been a tremendous year. I have such deep appreciation for all of our staff members who are serving our students. And that we had really good momentum. This has been a tremendous year in hiring, but attrition and certified staff close to 90 and probably be more than that.
And I'm sorry, Vice President Trujillo, in answer to the issue of the title budget, which is what our department oversees. Right now, you'll see on that spreadsheet that the approximate, right now, us doing about 20% results in about a $3 million cut to the overall title budget. So that represents approximately 20% or as close as we can get to it. That number doesn't just come out of thin air. That has really been the best guidance that we've been receiving continually, and that number does fluctuate and change. So we started with a 15, then we went to 18. We're at 20 now. We're hoping that's where we stay. Obviously, if the federal government comes back and says, no, it's less than that, then we have the ability to claw back some positions. But this gives us some flexibility that if we are we're looking at the worst case scenario, which is what we're doing with the M&O budget being proposed, as well as the budget for title, that we have the flexibility to do that. The other thing I can really emphasize, and I know it relates, these two issues are intricately related, which is right sizing our schools. And what we're seeing here in the title is that we just simply do not have the ability to provide reading interventionists to every single one of our campuses. However, in the process of consolidation, which obviously my department is always continually advocating for from a programmatic standpoint. If we can right-size the schools, then we can provide the right level of supports to the schools to what they actually need versus what we're trying to do right now is spread those resources thin. So the hope is that if the board considers consolidation as part of this process, we can then be able to come and look at our budgets and really be able to make sure that we're right-sizing and supporting the schools at the levels that they're at. But currently, right now, what we're proposing is really in that scenario that we're operating with those 14 schools and therefore the IAS positions and the other positions that you see there where we're staffing to a number would be impacted.
I'd like to add a couple more things is we really are wanting to publish our contracts. We're hoping to publish certified staff tomorrow and psychologists and our professional support staff. And then we're hoping to do the same thing on April 2nd for administrators and for our support staff hourly and support staff exempt. What we're also hoping that the board will consider on the action is that in order to have that balanced budget that we're going to be required to bring to you in June, what we're hoping now is that we can effectuate some of these reductions and the elimination of positions so that we don't have to give contracts out to everybody and then come back in June and still have to do a reduction in force and potentially a elimination of positions. So we don't want to put people in our district through that. And one of the things in policy is it's important for us to follow, the board policies is we need to let people know as soon as we can if they're not going to have gainful employment with us so that they can start seeking other employment. So I just wanted to share that as well. That ties into the budget that I think Aaron's going to talk about later.
Madam Chair, I have one more question. So since we're learning hope is not a strategy, what I'm hearing is you would like us to make a decision on what we're doing so that way you can move forward with the plan regardless of which way the decision goes. You want a plan, hopefully to have a plan tonight.
Yes, I recommend that the board take action.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I motion that we approve the request of authorization of reduction in force and elimination of positions.
This is Carmen Trujillo. I second the motion.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, may I get a roll call?
Full count for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Dr. Alicia Ving,
Yes.
Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Ms. Erica Ovalle,
Say that again, I'm sorry. Roll call?
Yes, we're voting on item E1, which is the reduction in force.
Okay, aye.
Thank you. With that, majority passes, and we're really sorry about the reduction in force. This is a very hard decision. Moving on to E2, receive, discuss, and take possible action concerning possible school closures and potential boundary changes. Mr. Whittle, our CFO, will lead this presentation.
Allowing me to speak here on this very sensitive topic. So we want to understand the M&O budget. So what we want to do is we want to take a history of that.
Just pause you really quick. Would you mind just giving a brief introduction? This is your first board meeting. We just hired you. I'm sorry to throw you in the lion's den, but who are you?
So my name is Aaron Whittle. This is my first board meeting. I was hired, approved at the last board meeting. So this is my first time presenting at the board. So I appreciate it. So in the short 2.5 weeks I've been here, we've done a lot of digging And we've done a lot of research, done a lot of analysis, not only on our district, but other surrounding districts, trying to understand where is our district? Where were we? Where are we headed? I'm a numbers guy. Numbers tell a trend. They tell a story. So if we look here in fiscal year 18, the district had unweighted student count. So this is per pupil, per student. We had about 6,061 kids in 2018. In 2019, that number dropped to 5,917 kids. In 2019, this is whenever the first potential closures were brought to the board for Phoenix Elementary. In 2020, that number dropped nearly 400 students. This is when COVID happened, right? And if we start looking at the numbers here, so on our M&O general budget limit, this is M&O, this is the overall budget limit. We had almost a nearly $54 million budget balance or general budget limit. The annual expenditures, this is pulled directly from the Auditor General's office, our AFR, had 50 million in expenditures, 50.626. That left a budget balance carry forward of 3.3. So as you can see in 18, 19, 20, we're trending about 3.3 million in budget balance carry forward. In fiscal year 21, now we're almost 2 years into COVID. We got 2020 and now we're in 2021. So 2 years into COVID, we drop another 400 kids. 400 kids and our M&O budget is 51 million. We're reducing the number of students, which is reducing our budget. But look what happened to the expenditures. The expenditures declined too. Why did the expenditures decline? Because of ESSER funding, right? So we see in fiscal year 20, we had 50.6 million, but fiscal year 21, we had 47.9 million. We dropped nearly $3 million in 1 year. And look what happened to our budget balance carry forward. Our budget balance carry forward increased by over almost $900,000 from fiscal year 20. That's showing us that the district was utilizing the ESSER funds, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, ESG grant. We jumped to fiscal year 22. We are now 3 years into COVID. We went from 5,559 kids to 4,897 kids. Again, we're seeing a huge reduction. We're seeing a huge reduction in there. Budget limit, 53 million. In fiscal year 21, it was 51 million. Why did we jump up $2 million? Because we had a budget balance carry forward from the prior year that increases our budget for the next fiscal year. And we stayed right around the same. We spent about $1 million in our AFR expenditures, but we did increase our budget balance carry forward by 4.7 million. Fiscal year 23, we're seeing a trend. We're continuing to drop enrollment. We're continuing to drop enrollment. This one's kind of interesting. So we had about 4,700 kids in fiscal year 23. We had 47 million in expenditures, and we had a $8 million budget balance carry forward. $8 million. Now remember, in 22, we had 4.7. So we just added $4 million to our budget balance carry forward in fiscal year 23. That tells me ESSER money was utilized to transfer expenditures from M&O over to ESSER. Fiscal year 24, we're still declining. We have 4,528 kids. Look at our general budget limit, 61 million. Okay, 5 years ago, we were at 53 million. We just increased our GBL, our general budget limit, by nearly $9 million. Why? Because of ESSER. But then look at our expenditures in fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 24, hey, guess what happened in fiscal year 24? ESSER ran out, right? ESSER's running out of money. We got to put those expenditures that were in ESSER, salaries and benefits mostly, we got to put those back in the M&O account. So we had an $8.7 million budget balance carry forward from 23 to 24. 24 happens, and those M&O expenditures are eaten up by the M&O account. Luckily, we had a budget balance carry forward from 23 to 24. but dropped us down to 2.6 million. So coming into this fiscal year, we had 2.6 million budget balance carry forward. Again, we look at our unweighted student count, 4,400. So we went from fiscal year 18, 6,061 kids to fiscal year 25 current, 4,463 kids. That's a reduction of nearly 1,500 students in that short of a time frame. Right now, we're projected, our budget's projected at 55,896,000. This is currently based on our March BSA 55 report that just came out about 7 days ago. So this is pretty accurate information. Our annual financial report expenditures, this is based on our current accounting system that is adding up all of our current expenditures and also all of our encumbrances. We're projected to spend $56 million, leaving us in the hole right now, currently at negative $564,000. We're going to be overspending the budget by $564,000. So now that we understand the history, the trends, I think we all understand we're seeing an enrollment decline. Let's look at potential future years, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27. So the one thing I do want to point out here is the weighted student count. We're seeing about a 200 student decline per year. On that first line, we did take that into consideration on that. Now we are also basing this off of a budget balance carry forward of 0. We want to build that up. Remember that 8 million we saw coming from 23 to 24. That's what we really want to build, because that's our savings. That's whenever we go out for employee raises, we can use that, right? With 0, we can't offer that. We can't offer COLAs, cost of living increase. So the base level amount, this is what we get per student. Now in the Arizona Constitution, it is a minimum 2% per year. So this is based on 26 is based on 2% of this from fiscal year 25. So if we do 2% next year, we're going to get minimum 5,113, 2% again in 27, 2% again in 28. So we start doing these projections and we're seeing what is our budget? What can we spend? What's our strategic approach? What can we spend our money on going forward? We have to have a strategic plan. We have to have a balanced budget and a strategic plan that we can present to the board that we are comfortable with. And that's what we're trying to develop. So here's our school comparison. This is where we're at right now. The school comparison, what we did is we took out the enrollment, the capacity, and divide those numbers, and we get our percent capacity. Now, the enrollment is taken directly out of our SIS, which is our Student Information System, SIS, SIS, Synergy. So these numbers are accurate in our SIS system. The capacity is taken directly from the School Facilities Division, formerly known as the School Facilities Board, SFB. They're now SFD. And the calculations for the capacity, SFD has the calculations, but for example, at an elementary school, you're gonna have a higher capacity than a middle school, because elementary students are a little bit smaller than the middle school students, and then high school again is going to have a less capacity because they're getting bigger. We presented to you guys the letter grades. And then what we want to do is we want to look at the funding school by school, right? Looking at the revenue generated. Now, I've heard people say, well, be transparent about the revenue. The revenue is it's very easy, right? You take how many students, how many weighted students you're at the school, and you multiply it by that base level amount. That's 2% every year, right? That's what you get. And I presented to the board reports of where to find that, where you guys can go, and the numbers I'm getting, it's no secret where you go to find them. But if you look at the school by school expenditure revenue, and we'll notice schools with pre-K operate at a high cost, right? Those pre-K students, they do come with a cost. Why? Because we're not generating revenue from them, right? We're generating revenue from the preschool disability program. We're not generating revenue from the preschool's regular education students. So it's very important to understand that our schools with preschool, we're operating at the highest cost according to this data. And then our next is our ESS programming. That's our next highest ratio, the difference. And then also our signature programs. So we also want to look at that as well. We'll go to the next slide. So this is when I'm creating a budget as your CFO, I need to present numbers that are accurate and that are on time, right? So I have an Excel spreadsheet that basically goes over this. And it allows me when departments or sites are coming to me saying, hey, we need to buy this, we need to buy this, I can make an informed decision right then and there. So currently, my projected budget that I'm going to present to the board in May of in 2 months is $55.896 million. Based on the calculations, this is what I think Phoenix Elementary's budget is right now, as of the March 2025 BSA 55. That's what I think this budget is. Our current expenditures currently docked in our accounting systems, $37.536 million. Our purchase order encumbrance, $2.6 million, and our payroll encumbrance is $16.316 million. That's what we're on the books for. So currently we're projected to end June 30th, which is the end of our fiscal year, at negative $564,000. We're over budget right now. And when I came on board and I ran the numbers, I went immediately to Dr. Gonzalez. I said, hey, I was told we're at like a $75,000 budget balance carry forward. According to my numbers, no, we're in the red. We're in the red. We got to act quick. So now here we can look at what's contributing to that over expenditure, right? What's contributing to that? We are overstaffed. We are overstaffed with the number of students we serve based on the average staff salary and benefits around us and around our community. So right now we're at 86.4% of our budget of that 55 million, that 55.896 million, 86.4% is going to salaries and benefits. 11.5% is going to purchase service. And then the gray area is our supplies, right? Our fuel, stuff like that. So we can see that our salaries and benefits are completely inflated.
For clarification, the screen is showing us that salaries are at 64% and your
salaries and benefits.
Oh, got
add
it.
them together.
Okay.
Yeah. So salaries are at 64% and then benefits are at 21%. Together, we're at 86.4% between our salaries and. I did a historical trend for the past couple of years. Fiscal year 24, the district was at 80%. Fiscal year 23, district was at 71%. Now, remember, we talked about that $8 million budget balance carry forward. That's where we're seeing the correlation, right? Numbers tell a story. In a district this size, I think it would be supportive to say you want to target around 78%. But because we are a declining district, I would maybe want to go more towards the 75%. Is what the ratio should be based on our enrollment. So just want to bring that to the board's attention. We're spending a lot of money in our salaries and benefits. So we look at Plan A. Plan A is school closures and budget cuts. We have a 2-year savings plan on this one. Plan A will see the reduction in positions. Now, it was mentioned that the district needed to be more transparent, and this plan does not call for principals or office managers. We just want to point out that they are in the Dunbar/HURD. So the Dunbar $990,000 savings and the HURD 1.052 million savings. That's where those principal and office managers are. Just want to be transparent on that. So with Plan A, we'll see about a $534,000 budget balance carry forward. And then fiscal year 27, we should see about a $2.7 million budget balance carry forward. A district this size, you want to be around 10%. So if we have a $56 million budget, around 5.6 million should be our target for budget balance carry forward. So with Plan A, we are getting there. I feel it's a little bit less stress on our staff. We're not reducing as much, but it is getting us to where we need to be fiscally responsible for the district and the community. And also in Plan A, we do have a proposed 2025-2026 attendance boundary map. Now, keep in mind, this is for transportation reasons. We can't go into other school districts and say, hey, this is now our boundary. This is for transportation reasons on that one. It also supports the more efficient transportation routes. That's going to also generate some cost savings to the district. Plan B, we have program and budget cuts. This is a 2-year savings plan. So in this, we want to look at, if we were to enact Plan B, we're seeing a budget balance carry forward of fiscal year 26 of negative $85,000. Not seeing drastic changes, but in the fiscal year 27, that's when we'll see a lot of increases in potential savings in Plan B. If we go to Plan C is a combo of Plan A and Plan B. Basically, what we're doing here is we're taking the school cuts in Plan A with the job cuts in Plan B, adding those together and coming up with Plan C, which Plan C, we're going to see a huge increase in our budget balance carry the first year plan, and then we'll see an additional savings in the second year due to the ongoing continued savings of the 2 school closures. So here's kind of a side-by-side of what's going on. We based the GBL, the general budget limit, about 50.16 million. Now, keep in mind, this is no budget balance carry forward going forward for either Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C. This was all projected at 0. So with Plan A, we're projecting about a $534,000 budget balance carry forward in year 1. Plan B, we're going to see a negative $85,000 budget balance carry forward. And then Plan C, a $3.4 million budget balance carry forward. Now, I do want to point out that when we were building this, we were talking about what's Plan A, what is Plan B, what is Plan C? And it was referenced like a Band-Aid. Plan A, you're barely pulling that Band-Aid off. Plan C, we're ripping the Band-Aid off. We're letting the healing start. Plan B, we're just leaving that Band-Aid on and we're never going to attend to it again. Hopefully it gets better. With Plan B, I see us here next year in the same position, coming to the board saying, hey, it didn't work. We need to continue to either reduce staff or at some point we need to we need to really look at, are we overstaffing our schools? Now, I do think this, if the district does not close schools, we will be in receivership. That's the bottom line. I believe it's my opinion that if a receiver does come in, the receiver is shutting 4 schools, not 2. So with that, I did analysis on the other schools around us, and I want to bring that to the board's attention. We look at Isaac. Isaac School District has 4,457 students, six less than us, and they have 10 schools. 2 are being closed. That's 8 schools. Roosevelt just approved to shut down 5 schools. Roosevelt has 2,500 more students than us, and they're proposing 13 schools. We have 14 schools and 2,500 students less than Roosevelt. So these are the items that we're looking at. It's as your CFO and as the community CFO, my job is to inform the board of being fiscally responsible and having this sustainability moving forward, not just for next year, but for the future of this district. This district has a proud history and we want it to have a prosperous future. And that's what we're trying to do right now, is making sure we're taking care of this district. We're taking care of these students. Now, when I was reviewing or going over the public forums, something stood out to me. A lot of the call of the public was members saying, I don't want to, I don't want to leave my school because the culture's great. The teachers are great. We don't want to leave that. We don't want to leave that behind. With our plan, we're not taking away the kids from that culture. We're just relocating them, and we're going to take care of them through transportation means. So that's one thing that stuck out to me is we're not trying to take that culture away. Teachers are going to move with them. That's not what we want to do, but we have a duty to be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of this community. And I don't want to see this district go into receivership, because we will go into receivership if nothing is done. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whittle. I do have a question about the receivership.
Okay.
I understand that you come from a district that went into receivership. Can you just kind of share what that experience was? I know it's not a comparable school district, but it's still a similar situation.
Yeah, absolutely. So my prior district is in receivership, and it's not a good feeling. We got the letter, the district had overspent its budget for several years. We got a letter from the State Board of Education and said, hey, you need to have a public, we need to have a public hearing. You need to come testify. So I went and stood in front of the State Board of Education and testified that our accounting records were accurate, and that we were trying to correct that. And it was voted on that we get placed into receivership. And at that point, the receiver retained my services because he saw that I was trying to improve the district and get them out of insolvency. That's a key word that the receiver will use is called you're being insolvent. So I was retained by the receiver. We were able to do a lot of good. But the one thing with receivership is the board and the community have no control. The receiver has complete control. And with House Bill 2610, if it goes through, I'm not sure if it has gone through yet, but if it does go through, one of the portion is the board has to resign. And the county superintendent, Maricopa County Superintendent's Office will appoint new board members. It's very scary. And we're not the only districts that's going through this right now. There's several other districts. Esser killed a lot of districts, right? In my opinion, I think it's Esser. They had that money for 3 years. They just kept spending. And then when it ran out, hey, what do we do? So right now we're trying to get the district solvency. We don't want a receiver to come in because, like I said, we're proposing 2 schools. Guarantee a receiver is going to do 4 schools.
And the community has no say of what those schools, which schools those are.
Community has no say. We're seeing it in Isaac right now. It was proposed 2 schools closed down, and then there has to be a public hearing. So some of the community members saying, "Oh, there's hope. There's hope." No, the receiver's just following the law. He's got to do the public hearing. So.
Are you aware if the receivership also makes decisions based off of like the curriculum?
No, so the receiver makes decisions based on finances.
Okay.
What is most fiscally responsible for the district? So you're taking out curriculum. If they can, the receiver will try to fit curriculum in, but you got to take something else out, right? Okay, you want curriculum? Well, you don't have lights turned on, right? That's the decision that the receivers is going to take. Now, it's also good to know that the receiver for this size of a district, in my opinion, will cost about $500,000, $500,000. That'll be.
Ms. Ovalle, is that you?
So sorry.
Okay, thank you for joining us.
So it'll be about $500,000 that comes directly from the district, not from the State Board of Education.
And what is the length of the receivership?
The length depends. Now, I believe for this district, it would probably be 4 to 5 years minimum. The district would be in receivership for 4 to 5 years. It's until the district can become solvent. And then you have to go through audit records, and audits are always nearly 2 years in the past. So you're automatically going to go through it for 2 years because the State Board of Education wants to see those audits, wants to see that the district is making a change. So I think a district this size, probably looking at about minimum 4 to 5 years.
And that's $500,000 for each of those years.
$500,000 per year.
Can you explain why the carry forward is so important?
The carry forward is so important because the carry forward you actually add to your next year's budget. So if we're projecting a $50 million budget, but we have a $6 million budget balance carry forward, that actually increases our budget to $56 million. Now, through legislation, our base level amount, that's the amount we get per pupil. That is in Constitution, a 2% increase every year. But 2%, like we saw this year, we get $5,013 per kid. Next year, we get next year, we're projected $5,113. So $100 increase per year per kid. That does not match the inflation rate that we're seeing in this economy right now. So nowhere are we getting the correct funding for students. And we have to make those adjustments.
And sorry, this will be my last question. This is also not considering the federal cuts that are looming over our shoulders, right?
Yeah, this is not considering, this is only M&O cuts. When here, it's just M&O. We're still looking at federal cuts. I went to a GP EMC meeting, Greater Phoenix Metro Economic Council meeting, and we talked about Medicaid. We are going to see some hits to Medicaid, right, through federal funding. So it's very, very nervous, very scary times right now. And as your CFO, it's my job to inform the board of being fiscally responsible and having a budget that we can sustain year over year over year.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Anybody else have any questions?
Madam Chair, I have a few, if that's okay. Thank you for joining our team, Mr. Whittle. Welcome. We're really, really grateful to have you. First question to stay on topic. May I ask what triggers receivership? Like how far in the future?
Yeah,
is it looking at
absolutely.
our situation right now?
Yeah, no, great question. So every year, school districts have to do financial audits. It is something that is required. So what triggers those financial audits, or what triggers is whenever they start to, the Auditor General's office start to see, hey, they're getting closer to the budget. Now, every year around this time, we have what's called a district spending report that comes out. That kind of identifies each district. Hey, they're spending money in instruction. They're spending too much money in transportation. They're spending too much money in administration. So we are labeled as high risk financially in our district because of how close our numbers are, how our AFRs and our budget numbers are. Now, what else they look at is they look at transfers from other allowable funds to the M&O account. So for example, a huge one is you can transfer capital funds to the M&O account through the budget process. So through the budget documents, you can transfer capital over to M&O. Now, it's allowable, but this throws red flags up for auditors because they're saying, hey, this district is taking capital money and they're transferring over to operational costs. Why are you doing that? Right? Those are red flags. And that's whenever they start, that's kind of what zones in on, hey, we need to monitor this district. And so that's where you start to get that. You get their corrective action plans, right? Auditor General's office starts really looking at your finances and doing the USFR audit, doing the single audit. So the audit process, I believe, is very tough in Arizona. But those are what trigger that. And I think we're pretty close.
Okay, I need more clarification on this. Okay, so in my experience here, our audits have, I don't want to say gone great, but have like been, I thought I understood them, and the few things we would get back to fix weren't things like moving capital to M&O and things like that. So is that what they were?
No, so a good question. This district historically hasn't moved capital over to M&O.
That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
make clear.
because of the ESSER funds, right? 2019, they did move some capital over to M&O. And I think when that prior administration proposed, they were probably catching on to that. They were running their numbers, and then COVID-19 hit and kind of bailed all the districts out. So yeah, no, it hasn't been a transfer in the past. But that is something that they look at.
Absolutely, that would be something they look for. Okay. Can you further explain what you meant by the AFR and I'm not sure what other number it was. I didn't write it down. Our district spending report, maybe? I don't know how those were close. What does close mean? or look like?
Yeah. So whenever we submit a budget, we're allowed about a 1% above or below before that triggers kind of an automatic letter that gets sent out to, it'll actually go to the governing board, and it'll go to the superintendent and to my office. And so once we hit that 1% threshold, or we're getting close. Right now, we're about 0.9%. So we're getting close. On a 1%, we're projected 564,000 over budget. With our current budget, we're about 0.9% to hit that 1% threshold that will notify all of us. So that's why I'm saying we're getting very close to that number.
Right. Let me jump back over towards your point about right sizing, which was really helpful. Thank you for the added information about the surrounding districts. Can you touch on, if it's not significant, then we can definitely not touch on it, but I remember in our conversation, you were explaining to me the importance of cost savings for regarding older buildings and our newer buildings. Our chiller systems were one of the examples. So I'm just hoping you could touch on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
slightly.
So our older buildings utilize, and this is regarding HVAC, I believe. Yes, AC units. So our older buildings, such as Hurd and use traditional split package units, heat pumps, and the traditional what we have on our house. And we have some of our other schools that use what's called a chiller system, which is a little bit more efficient and effective when it comes to running our electricity. I mean, everybody knows once we turn on the ACs, our AC bill goes up. And with units, split package units like we have at Hurd, that's drawing a lot of power for us. Now we do have solar there. That's not our solar. That's another company's solar. We're just allowing them to rent that space out. So with our other schools, that chiller unit does provide a more efficient, more effective from a maintenance standpoint. Power is one of our bigger purchase order encumbrances, right? We're spending a lot of money on power.
Okay, so insolvency, that's like our ability to not pay our bills kind of a thing. Okay.
Not be able to pay your bills.
So I wanna make it even more clear how important our carry forward is, because when I came onto the board, it was always something that was brought to my attention that like our district was so good at having a carry forward. So we had funds to work towards our salary increases and things like that.
Yeah, no, I think you're on the right spot. So you want to build that budget balance carry forward. So you can attract and retain highly qualified staff members, right? We want to give the best staff member to our students. We want, whether you're a para or a custodian, we want the best. How do you do that? You do that through retention, through offering a great benefits package, right? That's how you attract those staff members. And when you don't have a budget balance carry forward, you can't offer cost of living increases. You can't do that. And what's going to happen is prices are going up, right? If your salary stays the same, you're going to go find another district. And that's what we don't want to have happen, because like I said, we have a proud history and a prosperous future here in Phoenixville.
I have a couple of questions. I do want to take just a second to address the delay in the vote. Mr. Whittle joined us the day after this vote was delayed. And in that presentation, none of these plans had negative balances. And we did not know that we were facing a significant deficit for this year. So I do think that that is important information for us to have. And I am glad that Mr. Whittle has joined us. Some of my questions, I am wondering in Plan B, which now has a negative carry forward. This plan in the first or in the March 4th edition had a reduction of $4 million in purchase services in year one. And now it only has the $2,068,000. I'm wondering why.
So the reason for that is in Plan B, we're not shutting down schools. We're still going to have additional services needed for our students, right? And I think Dr. Gonzalez had mentioned, because we are reducing staff, but we're not reducing the schools, we still need to service those kids in those education areas.
But it was 4 million for the same thing in the March 4th plan. So did we decide that we needed more services? And so we changed the number? Because in the March 4th plan, this Plan B had an actual carry forward in year one. It wasn't negative. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is how we got to a negative carry forward in the 3 weeks since you've joined us.
Yeah, so that negative carry forward is actually coming from this year.
So we're taking, well, this year is only a $600,000 deficit though.
Currently, yeah. So starting next year, if we have a $50 million budget, we're starting the year at $49,400,000, because we have to take the deficit from this year and apply it to next year.
Okay.
So that's where it's coming from, is we're projecting that it was a $673,000 budget deficit at the time. That's where we were projecting those numbers on.
Okay. And then what about that cut in purchase services that was 4 million and is now only 2 million?
In Plan B?
Yeah.
So that cut in there, I believe that was,
do we know? It's,
yeah.
We don't anticipate being able to make a bigger cut to that carry for, or to the purchase services contract employees, because, or contracted employees, is that how we?
Yeah, purchase service.
Because we've had to cut so many other positions across the district to get to that, to reduce the salary.
and that's changed since in the last 3 weeks?
Yes, these
Okay.
numbers have changed because of the fact that we looked at a negative balance this year. So everything changed when Mr. Whittle identified that we were going to have a negative carry forward. that necessitated making different cuts all the way throughout. Because we're carrying forward a negative balance into our budget for next school year.
Okay, it's just a large difference, so that was confusing. I do also want the public to know that I did submit about 30 questions regarding these plans and did get responses. So I will not ask all of those tonight, and I do appreciate the team's time in answering those. Can you talk a little bit about where before and after school care is included in both Plan A and Plan B?
Yeah, so before and after school, Plan A does not have reducing before and after school. Now, a lot of people may have think that it was a cost savings. It was actually included in the ESSER program. So it really wasn't a cost savings. It actually increased. If we're taking it out of the ESSER, right, we were talking about taking salaries and benefits out of ESSER, putting it back into M&O. That increased our 86.4% in salaries and benefits. So the before and after school, because it was in ESSER, we had to put it into M&O with Plan A, because those functions are so vital to the success of our families and the success of our kids moving forward. So those are included in the purchase services, and also taking the savings from the salaries and putting those back into the, it's about $1.6 million that we spend on before and after school care.
Okay, so that is like $1 million less than the previously projected. So we've been able to, the last presentation said 2.7 mil for before and after care, and
Yeah.
now we're at a 1.6.
We're about 1.6. We did base the numbers, we took all the numbers and see what the revenue was. And we also included kindergarten in there and preschool disabilities. So all those with preschool, with before and after school, it's about 1.6 million.
Okay, and so then there's no savings though of the $1 million, since that was included in the other?
So because it was included in ESSER, it's not really a savings to the district, because ESSER picked up that tab. So actually it would be an increase to the budget.
Right, but in the, okay.
In the prior presentations, it was being reflected as a savings. It was never a savings.
No.
Because it was actually taken from ESSER and placed onto the current budget. So it's actually an increase to the
Okay.
district budget.
Okay.
And I think that was maybe a little weird. Maybe the board thought it was a cost savings, but it was actually in the ESSER grant.
Okay. Can you explain what the continued savings for Dunbar and Hurd includes?
Yeah, the continued savings includes those principal positions, the maintenance of the building, the electricity. Now, what's not included in here is potential revenue generating items, right? What can we plan to do with these buildings? Are we going to let them sit vacant? Are we going to outsource them to a potential vendor who we could make some revenue on that? So those continued savings could actually increase with revenue generating decisions that we make, right? Whether it's going to be leasing it out to somebody, or these numbers are just calculating that the building's just sitting there. So there's a lot of opportunities. I always do worst case scenario. For me, as a finance guy, I like to budget my expenditures high and my revenues low. That's how I think you have a balanced budget, and that's what we're doing here in these figures.
Okay. Can you talk about preschool and why that's not reflected in this?
Preschool was it was an ESSER. It was an ESSER paid expense.
And so can we pay it through M&O?
We can look at other options, other allowable options that we can fund preschool.
Okay.
Preschool does cost us about $900,000 currently. Now, we do get revenue from preschool with disabilities. So we do see a little bit of a cost savings there. We do get reimbursed. But it is an expense to the district, about $900,000.
Okay, but it's not included in this budget. I just think that's important because I know that the community has repeatedly talked about losing preschool in these plans, and that's not part of these plans.
Well, and I think it's also good to mention that we do have pre-K school. We have pre-K teachers, right, that do teach preschool and do teach kindergarten. So can you fund kindergarten out of M&O? Yeah. So we got to look at that. Look what's allowable. What can we do as a district to make sure we're staying in compliance with district finances?
If we can put Plan B up on the slide deck, you'll notice that it's general ed preschool, and you'll notice that there's nothing allocated to it in Plan B. Because with the staffing cuts that we have to make, there will be no staffing associated with general ed preschool. So there's nothing allocated to fund that in this current budget, meaning it isn't there.
There's nothing in Plan A allocated to Gen Ed, and I thought that these were the savings. So I thought that we could not pay preschool out of M&O, and that's why it was pulled out of the presentation.
In the presentations, in Plan A, preschool is not on there because we're not trying to find a cost for it in this budget. In Plan B, the general ed preschool line has nothing associated with it because we're not able to fund it.
But even if we were, we can't fund it out of M&O, and this is only M&O, correct?
This is only M&O.
Okay.
And you can see there's a little arrow pointing over to it. Preschool can't be funded from M&O.
Right. Yes. Okay. And then also it still says in there that it costs 2.7 mil to fund before and after care. So, but that's fine. Okay. So if we make these closure decisions, what specifically is district going to do differently to ensure that we do not arrive at a similar deficit again?
You know, as your CFO, my obligation to the board, to this district, to this community is to ensure the financial stability of the district moving forward. That's through audits, that's through open collaboration, that's through working with each member of the board and inviting you guys into our district office. I've had one board member that on my very first day came to my office and talked with me, and I encourage the board to come see me. I'm transparent. I'm an open book. We'll sit down, we'll open up our book together, and we'll look at what's going on. Whenever I did get access to the books, I went directly to Dr. Gonzalez. And I said, this doesn't look good. So that's my commitment to the board, to the students, and to the staff and community of Phoenix Elementary, that transparency moving forward. And that's all we want. We want to work together. These are very hard decisions. These aren't easy. My first board meeting, go present on closing 2 schools. Do you think I really wanted to do that? But we have to be financial stable as a district, or else we are going to go in receivership. And the receivership is not going to be nice to the district. The receiver is going to say, hey, we need to cut all this right now. We're seeing it going with Isaac. They just cut all their support staff. They're going to do another round, and they're cutting 2 schools. And we're only 2 months into it. 2 months into the receivership. So it's not a matter, if the district does nothing, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. When is the state coming in, taking over, and going to do their thing? And that's when the community hurts. when the receiver comes in.
I do understand that we are in a dire situation.
Mhm.
I absolutely do. However, we've talked about the community having a choice. And you said, you know, if we went into receivership, the community would have no voice in those school closures. And I know that our community, many of our community here feel like they'd had no choice or voice in the decisions that we're making, and the schools that have been chosen in this, what I believe to be the first round of school closures. As you said, a receiver would probably close 4. So I struggle a lot with that, especially as an elected leader, where my job is to represent the community, and the community has come out to speak about their neighborhood schools. I also do not believe that closing schools makes us financially sustainable or makes our achievement amazing. Because we have seen historically school closures, and yet here we are again. So I don't think that this is a long-term solution. This may be the only solution that we have right now, and I'm not okay with that. And I want to make that clear. Maybe my last question is, the community did send a plan, or at least the Hurd community sent a plan that had some additional options. And one of those options included a merge campuses model that would use a model seen in several districts across the valley, where 2 schools are inside one building. So putting Magnet Traditional and Hurd School in one building would increase our savings in transportation costs, increase student achievement under the umbrella of an A school and highly capable leadership team, retain enrollment, and keep the community together. Why are we not considering this?
I think maybe Dr. Gonzalez might be able to speak on that behalf.
So in looking at the potential consolidation of Magnet and Hurd, Magnet is a traditional program, and Hurd is an elementary school, a K-8 elementary school. So bringing those 2 programs together would require staffing, training. It would require significant improvements to the buildings to be able to bring the 2 schools together. And we would have to make sure that there's consistency between what the programs are. Operating 2 separate programs in 2 schools or 2 separate programs under one roof, you still have to have 2 principals. You still have to have the staffing to be able to provide the kinds of programming that you're talking about. And so at this point in time, that's not feasible. It might be feasible down the road, but it isn't feasible today.
Just for clarity for the community, Gilbert Public Schools has 2 schools that are exactly that, a traditional school and a neighborhood school under one umbrella, under one leadership team. They're an A-rated school, and one of their campuses has 800 students. So it is being done. It is being done well. And I do think that it should be considered as a way to keep this neighborhood together. We have had families speak about the need for that school, the Hurd School, just in their daily life, having resources. Someone spoke about how one of the staff helped them with their school classes there as an adult. So I just think that that is something we should be considering because it would give us both things. It would give us an empty building and it would preserve our community.
Dr. Vink, Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question? Which school site would you be wanting that considered at?
I am open to what district could do. That's, I think, yeah, that's, I don't have as long as we could make that happen, it doesn't.
I guess my brain wants to be open to all possibilities, but just looking at the capacity from our thing, I just wanted to understand which site that would actually be.
Yes,
be-
so
But I don't.
capacity wise, I actually have that written down here. It is a similar move actually for Hurd. If we were to move the students into the Hurd building, it is similar to the move to Capitol. There's actually more space in the Hurd building. It is also worth noting that in any of these moves for Hurd, it puts the buildings over capacity. With Magnet, Magnet is a smaller building, but there is potential to have some additional maybe portable buildings on the property, as district has predicted a 36% decline in enrollment. So it might only be a temporary thing if the condition of the buildings was a concern.
Okay, that makes my brain understand that a little bit more, the option at least. May I ask what it costs to, generally what it costs to replace in one of those HVAC units when they go out?
Yeah, so those HVAC units are anywhere between about $10,000 and $20,000 each.
And how long do they normally last, if you know? I
The
know
average
you have
life,
some
the average life is
facilities.
about 10 to 12 years.
Got it. Any information on what Hurd's?
I tried to
Facilities.
do some research on the kind of the overall condition of the school. That was one of the questions I asked was how old is the roof, right? Those are looking at the big cost items. How old is the roof? How old is the HVAC? We are getting analysis done on that through our facilities department. So I am waiting to hear back on that. I did go by the building whenever I was doing a drive-through with Miss Sarah Sims and did look at one of the HVAC units, and it did have a date of 2013. So I would say we're getting kind of, when those units are made, they put a manufacture date on them. So one I know is at least 12 years old. So end of life is getting near.
Thanks for checking.
Go ahead. Those types of things are not paid for out of M&O, correct?
That is correct. Those are paid for out of capital.
Okay, and then when do we expect to get some sort of facilities reports to see what the actual status of our facilities is? And if that's not from the facilities board, is there something else that we can be looking at?
Yeah, I think Dr. Gonzalez and I are working right now as I'm coming in new. Kind of what are the responsibilities that Dr. Gonzalez would like me to absorb coming into this new role? And I think that's one of them. And that'll be something we'll be working with our facilities department on and getting updates on all of our buildings. Where are we at from a structural standpoint to equipment standpoint as well.
And you may remember that earlier this year, we were part of a grant from the School Facilities Division that is doing an analysis of all of our properties and giving us a full analysis of what needs to be repaired, what is due for repair soon, what is in good shape. And so they're giving us an analysis of each building.
Okay. Another community thought was to expand our Montessori programming, and the Dunbar building is actually built as a small school, and the Shaw School has a wait list, have we considered expanding to provide services in our historically Black community? Families have also said that they felt pushed out of Shaw, and I think offering that in another community to clear that wait list could be a way to increase our enrollment and support that facility.
I don't know if that has been talked about. I'm not familiar with that. No. I appreciate the feedback though. Something we can definitely look at.
Do we have any other questions? Ms. Ovalle, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I've got, I think, 3 more for you. You could stay there. I'll be quick. Thank you for all the information. Which one do I ask first? Well, I just want to make a quick, I had a realization with the what are we going to do different type thing, and I think we're taking a good step forward, which is having a CFO. We've never had one for longer than a year, I don't think. So automatically I have a whole different sense of trust building, and like I feel a lot more capable having the expertise on our staff now. We've struggled without it for a while. So my question would be regarding the $564,282 overspending number. I want to fully understand that number when considering the plan. So do all of these plans get us just to that amount, or do these plans get us out of that overspending space?
Yeah, so right now the team is actively working on getting us to a $0 budget balance carry forward. That's what all these projections are based off of. So there's a lot of work. Our business services, our sites, our principals, our department heads, we're working hard to bring that number down. It's not easy. It's very tough calls. Is, hey, can we wait until July 1st to order that part, or is it essential right now for the student success? So we are trying to actively lower that. Last 2 weeks ago, that number was at negative 674,000. Right. So another thing we have to, so we are lowering it, but we also have to take into account it's starting to warm up. And when it warms up, what's turning on? HVAC. And it's going to happen. They're going to go down, and we're going to have to repair them. And that's going to be a cost that we're trying to assume right now, but we don't know what that cost is. So I'll always look at the worst case scenario, but we are actively looking at that.
With the presentation about our school comparisons, I kind of wanted to understand more which, I guess maybe the cost of preschool, but you mentioned it's about $900,000, but I wondered, our other spreadsheet says it's like 585. I wanted to understand the difference between those numbers. Is that like a yearly number, or is that?
Yeah. So we preschool, we do get additional funding for preschool disability, PSD. So we do get additional funding. So with about 900,000, it's actually increased that 585,000 because you got to take off the revenue that does generate from the preschool, right? It's not a full cost because we are receiving some allocation from the state. So it is about $900,000 to
the expense to the district is about 900,000 once all the revenue is accounted for.
Okay, thank you. I needed that puzzle piece of like, I forget which percentage it was that we get for each of those students, but that's makes a lot more sense. Okay, thank you very much.
Hearing no further discussion, I motion that we accept and take action on Plan A, the closure of Dunbar and Hurd. Do I have a second?
I'd like to amend motion.
You can't amend a motion if it doesn't have a second.
Okay. This is Carmen Trujillo. I second the motion.
I open it up for discussion.
I'd like to amend the motion. I'd like to amend the motion to merge Magnet and Hurd school. I don't know if I can, does that work? Or can I just say that I want to close Hurd but keep their boundaries?
I don't know that that's really an amendment. It sounds like a separate motion. And so.
Okay.
So I think there was a motion and a second.
Correct.
And so you'd want discussion on that motion, and then if that motion passes, it passes. If it fails, it fails, and you could propose another motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I get discussion on the original motion?
My discussion would be that I think we held all of these hearings to hear from the community, and we did. And by closing these schools, it feels like a large portion of our community is not being included, and that there maybe is an option to include them.
Madam Chair, I'd like to share something. This decision, I'll just say I also feel not included in this decision, but that's because of the time that we found out about our budget numbers. So it's not because we didn't try to include as much of the community as we could, including myself. As soon as we learned about this, we've been working really hard to come up with these plans so that way we could make a decision. So we don't have the luxury of time to extend this any further. And I feel super strong about that, and I don't like that that's the position that we are in. So that's a huge part of my sense of urgency, was to make a decision so we can have staff have some predictability, or have families just deter any more uncertainty than all of us are already experiencing. Another part of my discussion on this item is the, what's the word? The accusation, or the regarding the ASU offer. Like, it doesn't, that part of it, it's not even a considerable like thing. So I really feel strongly about taking action and having a decision made because of all of that distraction, I guess, going on with that. Even if we were to entertain offers and things like that, that money doesn't help us right now. Like, just the way it works out, it's not even something we can use. So I hate the idea that there's this plan out there that we're not considering when it's not a considerable plan. So I want to share that out loud too, that we are thinking of everything. We are looking at all of the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. Like, we have to take action on this, and I'm comfortable with the superintendent's recommendation for Plan A. And that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you for sharing. I'd also just like to share my thoughts and experience, that this isn't something that, we are looking forward to, and we have other interest of using the properties in other ways. That is absolutely not true. Like Vice President Trujillo shared, when we were made aware of this situation, we had to take swift action. We have to make decisions that are going to be financially responsible, and the numbers don't lie. We can't pretend that we have money that we don't. We can't pretend that our students are gonna have the same resources if we keep all the schools open. That's just not the reality. And the reality is that we can't control what the state is doing. They're taking our money, they're taking public funds and funding charter schools. They continuously are putting us in this position. This isn't a position, this isn't a manufactured crisis. This is real. This is real life. This is our students' livelihoods. This is our staff's livelihood. We're not making this up. I also agree that there are areas that we need to improve on. Communications, community outreach and engagement, and fiscal transparency. I am committed to making sure these areas see an improvement in the near future, and also take responsibility for not ensuring that these areas take priority. I've been laser focused on ensuring that the internal foundation of this institution is being built with compassion, competency, and cultural consciousness, while putting students at the forefront of every decision made. It is unfortunate that we had come to this realization really, late, and this feels very rushed, but this is why you've elected your body to represent you. I understand the community wants to come up with solutions. The state made the community responsible for the financial falls. That's not fair. It's not fair to our community to go and try to fundraise $8 million of what we're going to be short. Now it's, for the next year. But again, I appreciate that the community wants to come and support and be part of making these decisions. But the reality is, all of us up here have taken this responsibility serious, and we've taken courses to try to understand finance. This isn't like a regular CPA that can tell you what school finance is capable of. The state has made it extremely hard for us to really be able to fund the resources we know our students need. Why are they not funding pre-K? Why are they not funding before and after school care? Why are these things happening to us? And it's hard because we haven't even been able to fully comprehend what Title I funds we're going to lose. We're not even talking about federal cuts yet. We are a Title I district. That means each one of our schools serves students below poverty. Our district has the highest concentration of public housing in the city of Phoenix. Our kids are born into poverty, and it is our responsibility to make sure to get them out of poverty. And this is why I need to make the best decision of closing down schools. This is for our kids. I'm so sorry that it's impacting you the way that it is, but this is for our whole district. It's not just for one community and one school. So with that, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Dr. Alicia Vink,
I need a second. Can I have a second, or can they skip me so I can breathe for a second?
No, ma'am, you're on the clock.
Should the state be held accountable? Absolutely. Should our federal government be held accountable? Absolutely. But should we also be held accountable, this board, this district cabinet, for not knowing that we were in an $8.3 million deficit until January? Yes, yes, we should.
No,
That's
it's your
not okay.
responsibility. If you could not
Excuse
see.
me, this is my time to speak.
You're right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But we're on the vote part.
And I am explaining my vote.
You haven't taken a vote.
I will take a vote.
Okay.
I think that some of us have been told this is what leaders do. They make the hard decisions. They do the brave thing. I do not support this. Not because I'm unwilling to do the hard things, but because I am willing to hold myself, this board and district accountable. We've been so wrapped up in the politics and governance models that the board did not hold district accountable for enrollment the way we envisioned when we began goal setting. Nobody knocked on community doors to tell them about their neighborhood school or why it was important to go there. Enrollment policies and handbook reviews to stop the cherry picking and pushing out of students out of choice schools never made it to board agendas. Restorative justice models that keep kids on campuses and in classrooms are still overshadowed by token systems and behavior charts that shame kids, all because the board chose a governance model that requires we leave all of those things, inputs, to the superintendent. Those things are the foundation of our existence. Without students and families who know how special and needed their neighborhood school is, we have nothing. Without policies that welcome all kids, we have nothing. Without behavior models that support all kids, we have nothing. So here we sit with the results of that. A district without enough students to sustain its schools, and a board that doesn't know enough about the inputs, the day-to-day to affect any real change within. This community deserves more. I don't think it's okay to be in this position. I don't think it's okay for our staff to be in this position. I am the last person who wanted to sit here and vote yes for this. But the numbers that I have been given show that without this closure, despite me being adamantly against this and the community bringing other solutions, that are being ignored and refused consideration. Legally, I cannot vote for something that will put us into receivership. And our CFO has just told us that if we were to vote for Plan B, we would be in receivership. And we would face 4 school closures. So no, I do not agree. But there is no choice here. It is not a choice. Yes.
Roll call from Ms. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Ms.
Madam
Medical.
Chair, may I please explain my vote?
Yes.
I would like to share the other side that first of all, I don't feel brave doing this. I don't operate off of my feelings. I am operating from being responsible. I want to share that, in my opinion, our governance model helped our superintendent focus her energies with some structure to be able to have time to learn how to be a CFO temporarily for us, to be able to research and ask questions and find consultants and get us the information that the board needed, and ultimately hire Mr. Whittle, which I was so perplexed about because we are so focused on school closures. And I do believe our governance model is what allowed her the time and space to be able to compartmentalize our goals here, her job over here, what needs to be done over there. So I want to give that perspective, at least, considering your explanation, Dr. Vink. I also don't want to push or support be silent on the ideas shared that the community's ideas are ignored. I look at it through our guardrail that we have in place where we, as board members, are committed to not focusing on inputs at the expense of our students' outcomes. And that to me falls under that space. We are committed to including our community on what happens with these buildings overall, should the school closures even happen. So I just want to say too, we also don't have time to keep messing with our students' futures. They don't have time to redo second chances to do first grade and kindergarten and pre-K and eighth grade. Like we have to, which I think we're actually focused on. We are focused on those things. So I want to stay focused there and not give in to the idea that we're not putting our students first by making such a hard, difficult decision. So with that, I do vote yes. Aye.
Full count for Ms. Erica Ovalle.
Hi, yes. I just want to echo some of the sentiments of my fellow board members. I just got here. This huge problem landed on my lap, and you know, I wish we could have had more time. I wish we could have got more community input, but there's still a chance as we move forward through this whole thing. There's still a chance that we could bring people on. I also don't want to close schools, but I do want to invest in the kids that we do have, and I don't want to go into receivership. So I also vote yes. And just to Jessica, I know you said that you get hyper focused on internal affairs. I think that's okay. You know what I mean? Like we just gotta sometimes check balances with each other in whatever way we can, because I'm still learning all the rules. Because when those two forces inside building foundation and outside come together, then we're unstoppable. You know what I mean? It's two components that we need to move forward in a good way. So, you know, it is what it is, but I'm gonna go ahead and yes, let's let's do what we gotta do. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the motion passes unanimously 4-0 to make sure that we have the right resources for our district to move forward. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my colleagues for coming together and making this decision. I know it wasn't easy on us, and I appreciate you. Moving on to closing items. Do we have any board member requests?
I have requests. I request that district track the retention, achievement, behavior, and attendance of all students included in a school closure or grade banding. I request again that our reimagine and closure processes be independently audited to ensure they are good for all kids. I request district have personal contact with each family affected by closure or grade banding, both before the end of the year and in the first quarter of the new school year. And my last request is for the community. If school closures is what we've been pushed into, then you're going to have to hold us accountable. You're going to have to remind district what they promised you.
Any other board member requests?
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, if I may. I would like an update on our plans to complete our board retreat on Friday and Saturday this week. If we could get information on if that's going well or not, I would love an update on how that looks.
Thank you. Moving on to future agenda items.
I'd like a future agenda item to revise goals or guardrails to include specific enrollment increase targets. Receive, discuss, take possible action to approve a new guardrail that prevents the district from being in a budget deficit situation and requires a plan that establishes how a deficit will be prevented in the future. Receive, discuss, take possible action to approve policy, a resolution, or a set of district procedures developed with the community for the decision-making process when significant changes to site programming or building closures are considered necessary by the superintendent. Request a plan from district to ensure that Magnet Traditional is increasing their enrollment and is engaging with the neighborhood. Sorry. Just kidding. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Moving on to adjournment. The time is 10:45. I motion that we adjourn the meeting.
This is Carmen Trujillo. I second the motion.
Vote count for Ms. Jessica Bueno,
Aye.
for Dr. Alicia Vink,
Aye.
for Ms. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
for Ms. Erica Ovalle.
Aye.
Thank you. The governing board meeting adjourns and the next meeting is scheduled for April 8th, 2025 at 5:15 here at the district office. Thank you, everybody, for being here.